Gainesville, Florida is a small, peaceful town in north central Florida, known for its colleges, performing arts center, museums, and most importantly, the Florida Gator football team. In the fall of 1990, Danny Rolling disturbed that peace by brutally murdering 5 college students: Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, Krista Hoyt, Tracy Pauls, and Manuel Taboda. Gainesville will never forget. This is his trial. Hey, good morning. So today we're still on rebuttal. We've got a special agent and then a long testimony, like 2.5 hours from a doctor, and then there's another doctor, and then a doctor that was a witness. I forgot her name. The last name's McMahon. The doctor with the short gray hair, the female. She testified for the defense, so I'm a little confused why she's a rebuttal witness for the prosecution now, but she is. So we have these, how many is that? 5? 1, 2, 4. I can't count. So, yeah, I was going to say, so after these, then tomorrow we'll have closing arguments, and then Thursday we'll have verdict and the sentencing, and we'll be done. So if I can share my screen, we will get started.
Investigator Ted Bundy. All right, Mr. Dix is already under oath. You may proceed to question. Mr. Dix, just for this record,
the Department of Law Enforcement.
other than having a couple of extra days' experience since you last testified, all of your other areas of experience remain the same.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dix, I want to have you address a specific issue of records at Parchment, Mississippi. Are you familiar with a prison located in Mississippi operating under the name Parchment?
Yes, sir, I am. It's the Mississippi State Penitentiary.
And where is it located?
It's in northwestern Mississippi. The nearest city of any size is Clarksdale, Mississippi. It's 30 miles south of Clarksdale. It's about 130 miles south of Memphis.
As a member of the task force, did you, at my request, go to Parchment, Mississippi?
Yes, sir, I did.
And go to the prison?
Yes, sir.
Have you in the past ever had any experience or training in prison construction?
Yes, sir. In 1986 and 87, I was sent to 4 seminars sponsored by the National Institute of Corrections in Colorado, Arizona, and Florida on the design, construction, and supervision of new jails.
And have you ever, as part of your background with the department and as part of that training process, visited and taken tours of prison facilities?
And yes, sir, I visited approximately 30 different corrections facilities in Florida and Colorado.
And do you have some experience and background in interviewing people as part of your work?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you, at the request of the state Attorney's Office gather certain records from Parchment, Mississippi?
Yes, sir, I did. Well, Mississippi State Penitentiary, like most other corrections facilities in the United States, was under a court order from the early 1970s up until about 2 years ago. And under that court order, they were required to have quarterly inspections done by the State Health Department, by the State Bureau of Buildings, which operates under the governor's office, and by the fire marshal's office of the state. After they came out from under the court order, they continued under state statute to have those quarterly inspections done.
Did you address any specific time period in terms of the records that you gathered?
Yes, sir. We asked for records from 1986 through 1988, which was the time period that Danny Rolling was incarcerated there. And
from these respective agencies, did you interview and see any individuals from each of these agencies?
We interviewed corrections officers and staff at the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman. I interviewed a health department inspector. I interviewed the state health officer.
Before you go any further on that, let me stop you. The health department inspector, is he an employee of the Department of Corrections?
No, sir. He's an employee of the Mississippi State Department of Health, a totally separate organization.
Go ahead. I interrupted you as to who you had interviewed.
Besides the staff of the corrections facility, I interviewed the health inspector with the Mississippi State Department of Health. I interviewed the state health officer that was the state health officer during that period of time. He's no longer there. I interviewed a secretary who is the custodian of records for the Department of Health. I did not interview anyone with the Bureau of Buildings because in those inspections there were numerous inspectors that went to the facility.
Meaning you wouldn't have just one person, you'd have...
There were about 12 or 14 separate inspectors that went to the facility during that 2.5 to 3 year period.
And how about the fire marshal's office?
I didn't interview anyone from the state fire marshal's office.
Did they also do inspections, however?
Yes, sir. Those three agencies are mandated by state statute now and by court order previously to do those quarterly inspections.
Is there a method, did you find that there was a methodology within that institution if a person believed they were being mistreated or housed in an incorrect fashion, an inmate I'm talking about?
There are an inmate can make a request or voice a grievance in writing. He makes that to the officer in charge of the unit he's assigned to. And at Parchman, there are 24 separate units he could be assigned to. And then that is forwarded and they actually have a hearing.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. I don't know if we're talking about 1994, 1986, or 1972.
Yes, let me clarify that. The procedure that you are addressing, did this procedure exist in 1986 through 1988?
Yes, sir.
And I think, to be fair on that, back up just a second, you were talking about a procedure for which if someone had a grievance or a complaint, they could, as an inmate, register that.
Yes, sir. And in the single lockdown cells, the maximum security wings, at that time, a medical officer was required, a medical staff person, it could be a registered nurse or a nurse or a doctor, had to visit each one of those inmates on a weekly basis.
Now, approach the witness. Approach the witness. Bring me those, Don, please. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as states 8V, 8X, 8W. Starting with states 8W, can you tell me what this series of documents appears to be?
W contains quarterly inspection reports for the period 1986 through 88, with the exception of the first quarter of 87 and the first quarter of 88, which had either not been filed with the department, the maintenance department at Parchman, or they had been lost somewhere in the process. There are some complete reports in here that cover all the facilities at the penitentiary at that time, and there are some in here that where we just pulled the specific parts that applied to the three maximum security areas that Danny Rolling was housed in while he was there.
And once again, what was the state agency that gathered that compendium of information?
Its actual title is the Governor's Office of General Services, Bureau of Building, Grounds, and Real Property Management.
If you would now look at 8X for me a moment and see if you can identify what that is.
$8X are the prison requests for maintenance or maintenance work tickets that we were able to retrieve. We have them, and these were for the three buildings that he was in maximum security lockdown in during his stay at Parchman. We have each month that he was in two of the units. We only have 3 or 4 months that he was in the unit he was in for 10 months.
And if you would look at 8W for me. Put that document.
The first page of 8W is a prison document that shows his location, his housing units, and the time he was assigned to them and the time he moved from them. The rest of the document contains quarterly Mississippi State Health Department inspections. I think each of these are complete for all the facilities as opposed to just being partials.
Now,
there may be some of these that only have the 3 facilities that we were interested in, but the majority of them are complete for the entire facility.
and I just want to clarify again for the jury, there would be times when you would only be getting information on 3 facilities as opposed to all the facilities, and that would be why.
Well, the Mississippi State Penitentiary is a very large prison. It currently has 24 separate housing units that it's like 24 separate prisons on a 16,000 acre facility. It's over 20 square miles. It has a state road that runs right through it. In fact, the state road runs right in front of the penitentiary. The main gate of the penitentiary is right on a main state road through Mississippi. We were only concerned with the 3 units in which he was housed in what's considered maximum security or single cell lockdown. He was in other units that were either dormitory barrack style housing or it was not a lockdown situation.
Are those all of the records for, as you have described them, gathered for the time periods that you have outlined, the 1986 through 1988?
Yes, sir. These are all the records we gathered from the prison.
Relevant to the inspections of those lockdown situations in which Danny Harold Rolling would have been during his tenure serving his tenure at that institution?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would move in evidence what has been previously marked for identification purposes as 8V, 8X, and 8W, and would suggest that these be placed in as a single exhibit in composite form, marking them whatever their number is, 1, 2, 3.
Your objection, Mr. Roberts.
Subject to previous objection, I would like to inspect one item in the documents.
Which one?
Subject to the.
It's probably this one.
That objection.
Properly abutted, simply not only is it relevant to the issue of aggregation and mitigation, it's also properly abutted with the creation of
The cell assignments in here. You do not have the cell assignments in here.
Oh, no.
Your Honor, the court having overruled those objections, I'd like to have these marked evidence.
Number of states 182-1, 182-182-.
Mr. Dixon, at the request of the state attorney's office, have you reviewed that which has been marked in evidence as State's Exhibit 182, 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, sir.
Have you, in your review, found from those documents any periods of time in which are you aware of the conditions as they were described by Dan Harold and Parsons? Have you found any information supporting that conditions such as described existed at any place in which Danny Harold Rowling was housed at Parchment, Mississippi?
No, sir, I did not.
Have you, in addition to reviewing these records, reviewed to see whether or not there were complaints, grievances, or requests for services in the prison record of Danny Harold Rowling as to the condition of his housing?
His prison record, parts of it have been purged already, and none of the what would be inmate requests were still in the record. Those are administrative documents, and they don't keep those as long as they do the actual prison record. However, reviewing these records, and in all the interviews we did, we found no one that could ever remember any standing sewage in any cell. And one of the main comments about that was that while they're in maximum security lockdown, an officer had to physically count. He had to go to the cell and look in the window and make sure that each individual was there and that his welfare was okay. They did that.
Do you think they would actually keep a record of standing sewage in the cells? If that did happen, do you think they would keep a record of it? I'm not saying it did or didn't. I'm just saying, would they keep a record of that? Because that would probably cause them some problems.
Once an hour, 24 hours a day. And their comment was that if that were the case, they would be standing in it and they would not tolerate that.
Now,
Oh, yeah, that.
as to you personally, did you physically visit the institution, the areas of the institution in which Danny Rowling had been housed?
Yes, sir. We went to all the housing units that he would have stayed in.
Do you know how old Parchment prison was at the time that Rowling was at that institution?
The actual institution known as Parchment, I don't know when it was created, probably the turn of the century, but the buildings that Danny Rowling was housed in were all built 1979 or later. I actually believe they were built in 1979, 80, and 81.
Did you, get this in the right order, were you able to establish whether or not there had been major construction changes since Danny Rowling had departed Parchment, Mississippi, in the units that you visited?
No, sir. The units that we visited are virtually the same today as they were then.
Objection, Your Honor.
If I could
Mr.
follow.
Dixon was not there then.
Let's cross-examine. You can cross-examine about whether he was there at that time.
Mr. Dixon, in anticipation of that, let me ask you, you weren't there in 1986 through 1988, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
Did you take some method to determine whether or not the construction had changed dramatically since then, or in any way since then?
There was visually no significant remodeling or reconstruction evidence there. In talking to the officers that were there at the time, none of them suggested that any significant changes have been made. They talked about having to change some locks in one of the units, that they had cut some holes for food trays and some of.
This is a detective from FDLE, special agent from FDLE, which is Florida Department of Law Enforcement. So you remember SLED from the Murdaugh case, South Carolina Law Enforcement Department Division, whatever SLED stands for. Ours is FDLE because our state police is just traffic. So our state troopers don't investigate crime, not crimes like this. They don't. I mean, they'll assist, but our like state police that investigates crimes is not our highway. Our Florida Highway Patrol doesn't do this. We have FDLE. So he's an agent from FDLE that investigated. So he is now a rebuttal witness for the things that came up in the defense case. I guess mainly the conditions of the jail or the prison that Danny said had standing sewage and other things. I don't know.
Of the doors, and in fact,
Why are you blue?
I think that was being done while Danny Rolling was at Parchment. They have since they did some, I guess, a little barrier down at the bottom of the doors because all the doors on all three units he was housed in single cell had from a 2-inch to a 5 or 6-inch gap between the floor and the bottom of the door. And they have added some little metal pieces on those since they are no longer used as maximum security cells and they no longer feed them in the cell. They've blocked those off.
Well, at the point in time then when he was there was actually a space between the door and the floor.
Yes, sir, a minimum of 2 inches, and some of them were actually about 5 to 6 inches high so that they could slide a food tray under the door.
In addition, were you able to determine whether or not there was now or had ever been a system of floor drains in any of these cells?
None of the individual maximum security cells, the housing units, had floor drains.
So in terms of anything bubbling from the floor, that would not be a possibility?
It would have to come through the concrete, and that would surely filter it.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Maybe I didn't make this clear. The cracking of the door at the time, the space underneath the door at the time, what effect did that have, or were you able to determine what effect that would have had in terms of any kind of water or anything else being able to stand in a cell?
The floors inside the single cells appeared to be level, so as far as if there was a flood in one of the cells, it would come into the day room, which is where the officers had to walk around to do their hourly checks.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
The records placed into evidence, I believe, do they or do they not include the daily cell assignments of Mr. Rolling?
They do not include the cell assignments. There was only one unit for which the cell assignment still existed.
Correct. In other words, for all the time in 1986 until December 29th that Mr. Rowling was in that institution, we have no official record of what cell he was in.
December the 29th of
1986.
what individual cell he was in? No, we do not. In Unit 29A and Unit 27, we don't know which
The
individual
building or
cell.
part of the building, but not what cell.
We know what building he was in, but we don't know which individual housing cell he was actually in.
The records from the health department and the state building department, whatever, those are of quarterly inspections.
They're supposed to be quarterly, every 3 months. They're not exactly every 3 months because they vary their schedule slightly.
Approximately every 3
But
months.
approximately every 3 months, they do an inspection.
And any report would reflect conditions as they were on the day the inspection was conducted.
Correct, and in the case of the health department, at least, the health department inspector actually talks to inmates as he's going along doing his inspection.
Now, sometime during 1986, Mr. Rowling was housed in Unit 27.
Correct?
And have you reviewed the records for Unit 27 during 86, 87, and 88?
Yes, sir.
And there is particularly the health department records. Isn't there a consistently recurring problem with a couple of adjoining cells in each part of that unit, where when one toilet is flushed, whatever's flushed comes up in the other toilet?
Yes, sir. Mr. Rowling was in that particular unit about 3 months. And there are 2 cells. It was a construction flaw that was going to be extremely expensive to correct once they discovered it, where 2 adjoining cells on each one of the pods or quadrants of the unit had to be flushed simultaneously. If you flushed one on one side without flushing the other, I am told by the officers that were working there then that water would come up into.
Ooh. So what? One of them had to like yell through the wall? I gotta take a poop, so you're gonna have to flush in a few minutes. Oh my God. Ah! That's nasty.
Or whatever was in the bowl would come up into the bowl of the other one, but their recollection was it would never overflow.
Just covering the year that Mr. Rowling would have been in that unit. Again, we're not knowing what cell he's in. In the June 86 report, Unit D17, the commode was out of order. In September, the same one is still out of order. And in December, the same one is still out of order. Is that correct? According to the reports?
If that's what the report says, that's correct. There are many of them that he shows that are either there is a problem with them, or he even goes so far as to say that the bowl is dirty. And to him, dirty could mean it just has a ring around it or whatever.
Well, not pretty order.
And I am told by the officials at the prison, if a toilet was not functioning, could not function, then that cell was either used by what they would consider a trustee so that he could go somewhere else within the facility to use the bathroom, or it was not occupied.
Now, you stated there was a procedure for an inmate to file a grievance about conditions, but that there are no remaining records to show whether or not Mr. Rowling did that, and if so, what, if anything, was done?
Correct. The only remaining records which we were not able to get are medical records, which I believe the federal defender at least got, and I believe Mr. Kearns got from him, where the doctor goes by weekly and talks with them, and they can make any requests through the doctor at that time. For
To ask you the other procedure, there are no records remaining to
There are
determine.
no inmate request forms left for that period of time.
The medical records you referred to that you said the federal public defender got, you have no knowledge that we've ever received those records, do you?
No, sir.
That was just an assumption on your part?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Just a couple follow-ups. You didn't know the individual cell, so you checked. How did you make sure that you would have covered whatever cell he was in?
In 29A, I actually went into and looked at each cell in 29A. On 27, we looked at the construction of 27 because we don't know which one of the quadrants he was in. We looked at the cells, how they're constructed and how it's laid out, and each quadrant is the same. In 24C, we actually had record to show what cell he was in at that time, and we went into that cell and looked at it, and we looked at the pod he's in.
As to 182, would that cover all of the cells he could have possibly been in?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about the flushing problem, the flushing toilet problem.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any information that indicated that ever resulted in the bowl overflowing on the floor?
One inmate in deposition suggested that he thought he remembered having to go mop water up from that area where those cells occurred. The officer that was in charge of the unit said that it never resulted in a bowl overflowing, and that shortly after discovering, after construction, they had come up with a system where inmates notified each other to push the button to flush both sides at once.
And did you interview the health inspector, particularly as to that problem, health inspector?
Yes, sir, I did.
And his recollection was?
His recollection was that it would back up but not overflow.
And he is not employed by the Department of Corrections?
No, sir, he is not.
When a commode is out of order, were you given, and you find that with some frequency in these records, do you not?
Yes, sir.
And were those problems that were caused by institutional problems?
No, sir. In the maintenance records, we find many times where a toilet is stopped up or clogged up, and they have inmates that are assigned maintenance duties and on call 24 hours a day, and they respond to try and clear the drain. Inmates, for whatever reason, particularly in the single lockdown cells.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fine. You don't need to.
What the inmates in general do.
What my question is, do the work records show that those were promptly responded to?
Yes, sir, and it shows that they recovered T-shirts, sheets, and other debris from the drain that had been flushed.
You could not find the records of any grievances, but you did find people who had been there during the time period.
Yes, sir.
And you found a record of no complaints of Danny Rowling of a type similar to what he has said existed at Parchment, Mississippi now?
No, sir. We could find no one that remembered any instance for any length of time that would be similar to what he described.
Nothing further.
The correctional officers and officials you spoke to who were working in Parchment at that time are still employed by the Mississippi Department of Corrections?
Yes, sir.
And the buildings and cells you inspected in 1994, not in 1986?
That's correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dix. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, the parties are going to be working on some other matters this afternoon that we know further.
And how are you employed?
I'm a clinical psychologist in Tampa, Florida. I have a Jane Marin.
And how are you employed?
I'm a clinical psychologist and neuropsychologist
And where is that, sir?
My primary office is in Tampa, Florida. I have a satellite office in Clearwater.
Would you share with this jury for a moment the undergraduate and graduate training that you have to have reached your profession?
Yes. I received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology from the Pennsylvania State University and my master's degree in psychology from Temple University. And I returned then to Penn State where I earned my doctorate in psychology. After that, I went to work for a period. I went to work prior to receiving my degree and became board certified in a number of areas and also in the field as well as practicing privately now.
Dr. Aaron, you mentioned certification. Could you give us the board certifications that you currently possess?
Yes, I'm board certified in clinical psychology, in professional neuropsychology, in medical psychotherapy, and in behavioral medicine.
And it's each of those with the American Board of Professional Psychology?
Each one has an individual board.
What professional associations do you belong to? And if you could share with us any offices that you have held within those organizations?
Yes. I belong to perhaps most of the professional associations which are themselves related to the type of practice I engage in. I'm a member of the Tampa Bay Psychological Association, which in turn is an arm of the Florida Psychological Association. I'm a member of the American Psychological Association, the International Society for Neuropsychology, the Neuropsychological, the Academy for Neuropsychology, and a variety of other organizations from which I receive letters, journals, and
those have
yes. A member of the campus served as president for also president of the Florida Psychological Association. I was a member of the Florida State Board of Examiners in Psychology and have acted as a consultant for the Florida.
Do you have teaching experience, sir?
Yes. I taught as an adjunct professor
StreamYard froze up. StreamYard froze up. Help if I share my screen, won't it?
member of the Florida State Board of Examiners in Psychology and have acted as a consultant for the Florida Department of Professional Regulation in Psychology.
Do you have teaching experience, sir?
Yes. I taught as an adjunct professor of psychology at the University of South Florida and had also been an assistant clinical professor of psychiatry in the medical school at the University of South Florida and have served as a visiting lecturer in psychology at the graduate level at the University of Western Carolina. I've also given a number of lectures, seminars, and workshops in the general area of human behavior.
How about, do you maintain a private practice, sir?
Yes.
Is that a clinical practice?
It is a clinical which incorporates neuropsychological practice.
And does that include the treating of patients on a daily basis?
Yes.
Have you ever been qualified
by state.
I was going into settings to turn the mic volume down when the page froze up. So now I'm afraid to go back into settings because I don't want to freeze up again.
In the United States.
Yes.
Where would that be, sir?
Well, of course, primarily in Florida, where I've testified in court or in deposition, perhaps upwards of 3,000 occasions. Testified in Georgia. I believe that's it.
Have you ever been appointed by the courts of this state to serve as an expert for the court?
Yes, quite frequently, perhaps as frequently as on the average, maybe once a week. But I'm also appointed by the state attorney's office in various jurisdictions and the public defender's office, as well as private defense attorneys.
If you could, and this may be a difficult question to answer, could you give the jury a breakdown of how frequently you may testify for the state of Florida versus how frequently you may testify for someone who is charged, that being a defendant?
Yes, about 50-50. I might get a call to take a case in the morning from the state. In the afternoon, I get a telephone call from the public defender's office, the same case. But it generally comes out to be about 50%.
Have you testified in death penalty cases?
Yes, frequently.
Have you testified in death penalty cases in what's called the Phase 2 proceeding, that being this penalty?
Yes.
Have you ever testified for the state of Florida in those proceedings?
Yes.
Have you ever testified for the defense in those proceedings?
Yes.
You mentioned both that you had testified in court, and I want to make sure, you have also testified in civil cases, have you not?
That is correct.
And would that be within that large number of, say, 3,000 cases that you talked about?
That is correct. Although most of the cases you generally don't end up testifying. I've had perhaps as many as 6,000 or more of what we refer to as forensic cases, that is, cases that eventually find.
Okay, I was going to let this go. But the question, have you not, confuses me. Am I just stupid? Have you not? I don't know whether to answer that yes or no. I would have a really hard time with that if someone said, have you not? Did you or didn't you? I can answer. I don't know. I don't know why that confuses me so much. I don't like them phrasing that question like that. Make it more simple.
Find themselves through the process of the judicial system. But about half of those perhaps end up in some sort of testimony.
And do you hold a license to practice, sir?
Yes.
And
Biology and the other in marriage and family.
Your Honor, the state would tender Dr. Sidney Marin as an expert in the field of clinical psychology, neuropsychology, medical psychotherapy, and behavioral medicine.
Any no questions on this question? This witness may render opinions in the areas requested by the state. Proceed.
Dr. Marin, have you in the course of your practice ever had occasion to meet Danny Harold Rowling?
Yes.
Could you tell this court and jury how you had an opportunity to first meet with Danny Harold Rowling?
I was appointed by the court in Hillsborough County to evaluate him for competency to stand trial. And that was in June of 1991.
And did you, in fact, would you tell us briefly what you did as part of that assignment?
Yes. I went in to see him initially and took a history from him, as much of a history as I could obtain under the circumstances. I also went through the general competency criteria and then had one of my testing assistants go in on 2 occasions to have Mr. Rowling complete several psychological examinations.
And once again, the date on that?
The first time I saw him was June 24, 1991, and he was seen again on think it was June 25 and June 26, or 25 and 27, one of those 2 dates.
1991.
1991, yes.
Did you render an opinion as to his competency at that time?
Yes,
And what was the opinion you rendered at that time?
that he was competent to stand trial.
Was he found, to your knowledge, to be competent at that time pursuant to your having rendered that opinion?
Yes, sir.
Since that time, have you had occasion to be requested by this office, the Office of the State Attorney, to prepare additional materials for a diagnosis and testimony in this case?
That is correct, yes.
Would you share with the jury the information that you've been asked to review for your testimony today?
Yes, I was presented with a variety of documents, including depositions, police reports, a vast variety of sources of information. I reviewed a videotape of Mr. Rawling with Bobby Lewis and 3 officers in his interview. Reviewed about 6 the deposition of Mrs. Rawlings, of friends, neighbors, employers, brother, aunts, the testimony of Dr. Kropp, the testimony of Dr. McMahon. I had available all of the psychological tests which Dr. McMahon had administered to Mr. Rawling. Reviewed all of those, reviewed her testimony as well, and depositions regarding Drs. Kropp and Dr. McMahon. Also reviewed the testimony, deposition, and the trial testimony of Dr.
Okay, within that testing, you had Dr. McMahon's testing materials. You also had your own testing materials.
That is correct, yes.
And so you were able to make comparisons between those documents?
That is correct. At least on one examination, I did make a comparison. I did not, it wasn't necessary. I did not, purpose was different. However, one examination, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, was similar to one that she had given to Mr. Rawling, and I made a comparison of mine and hers.
Did you find significant differences in the MMPI?
Yes, there were some significant differences.
That would be the only material that you actually compared one test to another test?
That is correct, yes.
Before I go into those, let me go one step further. Did you also have an opportunity to make sure I understand this? When you say the testimony, you're talking about not only the deposition testimony, but the actual court testimony of Dr. McMahon. As a result of those or the materials and experiences that you've had, have you the mental health of Danny Harold Rawling, both now and at the times when these individuals examined him?
Yes.
Would you share with the jury what your opinion is as to those conditions both then and now?
Yes. At the time I saw him in 1991, I considered that he had a character disorder, a personality disorder. I was only permitted at that time to question him in a very narrow sphere. Consequently, I did not have available a great deal of information, which eventually came out. Nevertheless, I characterized him as having a character disorder. As a consequence of all of the other information I then had available to me, reviewing all that other people had said and other people had viewed, including statements made by Mr. Rawling himself, I concluded that there was a diagnostic formulation. Would you like for me to present that?
Yes, go right ahead.
As an antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial personality being one of a number of personality disorders.
This jury has heard about personality disorders and from other witnesses, as you know. Is a personality disorder, sir, a mental illness?
No.
Would you explain the differences between mental illnesses and personality disorders and the fact that they're all included in this document called the DSM-3R?
Yes. DSM-3R is an interesting book, and we use it as a guideline. It's not the so-called Bible that everyone sticks to, because there are changes, and about every 10 years it goes through a process of revision. But it's a reasonable guideline. Insurance companies like it because it gives you a little label, and professionals can speak the same language. But one examiner may find certain differences in a particular individual that simply don't fit the categories in the DSM-3R. If we look at human behavior and set aside for the moment individuals who are mentally retarded for whatever reason or have...
I don't know if you guys just saw my face. I got a DM on Twitter, and for whatever reason, I decided, in addition to reading my DM, to actually check out Twitter. And Andrea Burkhart commented on something about the O'Keefe suing Karen Reed, and there's a troll. I'll just read it. So Andrea said about the lawsuit, so many thoughts about this development, but what immediately jumps to mind, Karen almost certainly has insurance that will cover or contribute to the cost of her defense. This could help her significantly in preparing for retrial in the criminal case. Karen could implead the Alberts as third parties if she wants to try to prove they inflicted the injuries claimed, not her. And that would open big doors in discovery that were not available in the criminal process. The civil suit is now impeachable evidence of Paul's bias in the criminal trial because he stands to benefit financially from Karen being convicted. I love that one. Okay, so Beach Dog, whoever Beach Dog is, says, "You're a lawyer? After reading your post, I must question how much experience you have in real life. Have you practiced? Did you take a bar exam? Are you really a lawyer? After reading your post, it's hard to accept." Then Andrea said, "And you're not much of a lawyer if you don't know how to find those answers yourself." And then Beach Dog says, "I'm just calling it like I see it after practicing for 25 years. Clearly, and I say this sincerely, you must lack significant real-time experience. Your post is just so incorrect for even an inexperienced attorney. Cheers." And then Legal Vices put his 2 cents in. "As a lawyer with 28 years experience, I'm not saying what is so incorrect. Care to enlighten with specifics?" And then he says, "This is not the argument you want to get into." I'm sorry. I just had to share that because that amused me. That really amused me.
A brain problem that creates mental retardation. We have 3 general categories. One is...
Let me interrupt
yes.
you for a second. When you say set it aside, there's no indication in this case that any kind of retardation or organic problem is present.
Not whatsoever, no.
Go ahead.
The first, perhaps a psychosis, that would be the schizophrenias, and there are a number of those. It would include manic depression. It may include the individual has broken with reality. These people may have severe or serious delusions, hallucinations. They may walk about in strange sorts of ways. They may withdraw considerably from interaction with other people. Their concepts are fragmented. They don't stick to any one subject in the same stream of speech. But generally speaking, the individuals who are mentally ill, by and large, when it's significant, they're usually either in a hospital or are monitored very closely because they can't function productively, and sometimes they can't even fend for themselves in society. You have those individuals, we characterize those generally as psychotic.
Let me stop you.
Yes.
Do you find that any of the kinds of things that you call mental illness apply to Danny Harold Rowling?
Not at all. Not at all. The second category, we at one time referred to as the neuroses. We now refer to them as disorders, but sometimes we still use the term neuroses. These are individuals, or these are problems that individuals have, wherein they may have phobias, they may have certain special forms of obsessions or special forms of compulsions. May have certain features of aversion features, going blind or being paralyzed without any organic basis for it, strictly on a psychological basis. Individuals who are markedly depressed or who have certain forms of hypochondriasis, individuals who are tremendously anxious and who try to deal with their anxieties through the development of certain types of symptoms. These people are very uncomfortable with who and what they're all about, but they do not have a break with reality. They still know exactly what's going on. They're terribly uncomfortable with themselves. These people perhaps make excellent subjects for psychotherapy because they're hurting, they're bothered, and they want to change. Basically, these people are markedly anxious, and as I say, they convert these anxieties into some form that helps them relieve the anxiety.
In that second range, do you find that there are that Danny Harold Rowling falls within that range of disorders that you've talked about?
You would not characterize him as being neurotic, although he has some anxiety, there is some depression. Some of these things are strictly situational.
What do you mean by situational?
The situation in which he finds himself can create depression. For example, being charged as he is can create depression. Finding himself in an untenable position even long before he was even arrested the first time, perhaps. There's a certain amount of anxiety that can be created because things just don't go the way you want them to go. If you have a marital problem, that can create considerable anxiety. If you have a problem of inadequate income, that can create anxiety. Any number of things can create anxiety. Those are situational. Everybody goes through them. When it goes beyond the situation and when it is pervasive, then it can be characterized possibly as a neurosis, and then we want to follow them to see if they have evolved into some other set of symptoms associated with their effort to control the anxiety.
Did you find sufficient indication of neuroses or anxiety or depression in the case of Danny Harold Rowling that you would consider that he fell within that range?
Whatever considerations that I've just mentioned that he had would not rise to the level of neurosis. There is generally an underlying psychological dynamic that's associated with a neurosis. If you had some significant problems, as in the military, let's say, and you couldn't advance when you're commanded to, you may suddenly end up with a paralyzed leg without any objective evidence of it.
Now, there's a third range of disorders that you were about to,
Yes.
or range of materials that are contained within this DSM that you were about to address the
Yes. The third category I would describe as the behavior disorders. That is, individuals who have a problem with their behavior in relation to society. They don't have any break with reality. They're not schizophrenic. They're not psychotic. They don't have these types of symptomatologies that are associated with phobias or hysterias or hypochondriacal sorts of disorders or obsessions or compulsions. These people have a problem in behavior. It's generally be a long-term maladaptive form of behavior. Put in a different way, it's their style of living. And many of them don't even recognize that their behavior is frowned upon by society. They generally look upon it as if you people just get off my back, I'll be okay. There's nothing wrong with me. Just don't trouble me with it. Many of these people walk the streets. In fact, that's generally where they are, unless they're in jail.
All right. Before I go to that, I want to ask you something because not all of us understand psychology as well as you do. How about intelligence? Can people be of normal intelligence within all of these ranges?
Yes, although we would characterize it as average intelligence. Yes, you can have the wide range of disorders, behavioral disorders, or any of the disorders, and be exceptionally bright. There's no relationship, by the way, between genius and insanity or psychosis, not at all. Or you could be very dull and have psychological problems. No problem here in terms of intelligence.
Is your testing, or have you reviewed any documents to indicate you're testing the intelligence of Danny Rolling is
yeah,
it
falls in general. The scores on his intelligence tests generally fall within the average range. Now, in my findings and in reviewing his expressions, everything a human being does can be identified, or an attempt can be made to identify it or interpreted. Now, we don't go around doing that with everybody because it's not always necessary. But what we look for are the productions of these individuals, either in the form of formal tests, or in just observing the person, or in what the person produces spontaneously. That in itself is a kind of test. When we look at what he produced spontaneously, the manner in which he spoke, the manner in which he thought, he is very philosophical. He becomes metaphysical from time to time, creative, and very imaginative, to the point where I would estimate his actual potential intelligence, which had not been exploited in terms of academic or scholastic sort of work, his actual potential I would characterize as probably being somewhere around an IQ of about 110 to maybe even 115.
And for those of us who don't follow that sort of thing, is that within average?
Average is 90 to 109, and bright average is 110 to 119. Now, the college people, on the average, have an IQ of about 100.
Now, within this behavioral disorder area, are you familiar with a disorder that, well, first of all, are there numerous types of behavioral disorders?
Yes, we refer to them as personality disorders.
Personality
disorders? I think about 12 of them or so.
Okay. Within those, is antisocial one of them?
That is correct.
And that is your finding?
That is correct.
Are you aware of one known as the borderline personality disorder?
Yes.
Okay. You've said you've read these materials. You know there have been findings by others that he's borderline, that he's a borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
A borderline.
I reviewed the criteria for the antisocial personality. Then I took a look at what Danny Rawlings had admitted to criteria. And I find that what he had done fits the antisocial personality to a much greater extent than the borderline personality. In fact, many of the characteristics of the borderline personality are implicit in the antisocial personality. To characterize what he had done disorder rather than an antisocial personality is to suggest the analogy to me disorder that he would be, that what he had done would be a schoolboy prank rather than a function of the violent behavior that would be associated with with behavior that would be classified as sadistic psychopathy.
Okay.
Did you find that the sadistic psychopathist?
Yes, sir. The question used by Mr. Smith for the doctor.
I'm just repeating what the doctor just said, Mr. Kearns. You can question him on his own terms. You can cross-examine him.
The term that you used, which I'm probably not really good enough to actually, even without the, I don't think I can say it. So sadistic, psychopathetic.
Psychopathy.
Okay, would you tell me what that is?
Well, pathology means illness or something's wrong. Psychopathology is something's wrong with the way the person thinks or behaves. Sadistic psychopathy is the expression of psychopathic type behavior in a sadistic sense. That is, that which is injurious, purposefully injurious to whoever the victim may be.
Did you find that the behavior that you found from, in this case, was of that variety?
His behavior certainly was.
Now, there are some questions that were asked of others, and I want to ask you this, Doctor. Did you find materials that would indicate to you, or from the materials, of a dysfunctional family background?
Yes.
Would you explain what you mean by dysfunctional family and what impact, if any, that had on your findings?
Yes. A dysfunctional family is one which doesn't meet the stereotype criteria of what we would like to think here in America as being a well-oiled sort of family. Everybody works together. We do things together. We respect one another. We engage in mutually pleasurable types of experiences. There is a certain amount of discipline that we have to mete out with our children, certain rules and structures that the parents should follow. There are values, there are morals, there are concepts of living that we like to get across to one another, spouses, and then get across to offspring. Where the family's behavior can be characterized as not fulfilling those goals, where there is abuse, where there is excessive criticism, where there is excessive restrictions, an absence of encouragement, an absence of opportunity to learn, to feel, to love, to be positive. And then when the end results of those things require the individual to behave in other untoward ways, inappropriate ways, to relieve the tensions, we would say that family is probably dysfunctional.
You're in the practice. How common are dysfunctional families?
Very common. Now, understand that there's no perfect family. There are families which are virtually totally dysfunctional. They're very severe dysfunctional families. You have families wherein we would expect them to be reasonable. We've seen them as being reasonable. In one area, they may be dysfunctional. Perhaps some special value that a parent may have that he or she may want to impose on a child, inconsistent with what's normally done. So they may be dysfunctional in a special area. So long as they stay away from that, everything's fine. But then that's to say there are other families where the dysfunction is pretty broad.
Are you able to say with any specificity how dysfunctional you would say Danny Rolling's family background was?
Oh, I think his family was dysfunctional. I've had many conflicting types of reports here. He would describe his family as having been extremely physically abusive and very psychologically and emotionally abusive. And then you find other witnesses, including his former wife, who suggest that this is not the case. They just didn't see this. Even his brother Kevin has some qualifications regarding how bad the family may have been. Now, Danny's mother, Claudia, his aunt Agnes, and Artie Mae, the other aunt, have a tendency to define what went on with the father and the son as being quite dysfunctional. The value of that, of course, would have to be determined by people here.
Now, people from dysfunctional families, is the fact that you're from a dysfunctional family, does that have a direct impact on your ability to understand the requirements of the law?
Oh, no. You can arise out of a dysfunctional family and know full well what the requirements of the law might be. There's no particular problem there. There are a vast array of dysfunctional families. The database is enormous. They don't all end up with what we're dealing with here now. In fact, very few of them do.
Now, did you find that Danny Rolling, would it be your opinion that Danny Rolling was under an extreme emotional or mental disturbance at the time he committed these crimes?
I did not find that he was.
Could you tell the jury the criteria you used for reaching that opinion?
Yes. This is who Danny Rolling is all about. He's always been this way. Having a character.
I think so. I think in the list of people from his side of the family that had mental problems, I think, didn't they say that Danny had an uncle that was on medication? I think he has a brother that's on medication. I know they listed off a bunch of his family members that had mental illness. There was like 3 or 4 of them. I just don't remember what all the relations were. There were so many. But I think one of them was a brother of his. I'm not taking notes on this trial because it's such an old trial. I didn't figure that I would need notes, but in hindsight, I probably should have been taking notes. Next time.
Character disorder, the operational definition includes the idea that this is long-term. This is his style. It began to emerge, even though he had characteristics associated with it earlier, it began to emerge perhaps at about the time his marriage broke up. But by and large, this is the way he lived. Consequently, he was experiencing no more stress at the time of these events here in Gainesville as he was a month before, 6 months before, a year before, 10 years before. In addition to that, if he were experiencing unusual or extraordinary distress at this time, in my judgment, he could not have followed through with the well-planned, intentional sequence of events originating in his own thinking and then processed through until its end result. In a stress situation, individuals very often behave extremely impulsively. They may whip out a gun and shoot someone, or they may impulsively, under the effects of alcohol or drug intoxication, knife somebody. But this is all a process, starting from the beginning to the end, and then thereafter. So he was not under any particular stress.
Was he able to, in your opinion, sir, understand the criminality of his conduct?
Oh, most certainly. I think to explain that, Danny Rolling knew the rules of society, the legal, the moral, and the social rules whereby we would like to live. He also knew what it would take to break those rules. He knew what was illegal, what was immoral, and what society and interpersonal relationships in society would result in inappropriate behavior. The thing in the middle is he could make decisions between the two.
Now, was he able to conform on these nights? Was Danny Rolling able to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
Was his ability to do that substantially impaired in your opinion?
Oh, not at all. He, as he approached one or the other of these apartments and dwellings, when he saw someone there, he could conform his behavior to the requirements of the law in the sense of, I had better not be caught. And when these people, these other students were around, or when this security individual was around, I will step back into the shadows. So he could control whatever it was he would want to do or want to control, and then engage in whatever he wanted to do.
Now, we've heard some discussion about external controls versus internal controls. Can you explain to the jury what this means in your opinion?
Yes, it's an interesting concept. External control could be the cop in the corner. An external control could be what your teacher requires that you do. An external control could be what your parents or what the rules of a particular game may require. But more importantly than that is the factor of internal control. There is no question in my mind but that he had excellent internal control. Internal control, one of the evidences of internal control is how well organized is an individual's behavior. Once a person knows what the goal is that he or she wants to achieve, can he proceed in an organized, sequential manner in order to achieve that end? See, that's internal control. As he went from step to step, and very logically as well. For example, he knew enough to pull back into the shadows. That's internal control. That's only in his mind. That is the way he perceived the danger in that situation of being seen or identified or apprehended. He could withdraw internal control. He looked at least one of these girls through the window. When he went inside, he knew that he could look inside that window. Consequently, if he looked inside that window and saw what was going on, other people may also look inside that window and see what he was doing. Therefore, he closed the window with tape. Excellent internal control, excellent judgment in terms of what his goal would be. See, his judgment is not impaired. He uses very poor judgment, but he's equally capable of using very good judgment, depending upon what his goal might be.
Now, I want to go for a moment to scene 2. That would be the Krista Hoyt murder. You've had what you said about that and the events of that. How about the return, searching for the wallet, that scenario? Does that manifest any such?
Oh, yes. And that does several things in my estimation. It tells us that he knows what can be a danger to himself. That is, if his wallet were found without some reasonable explanation for it being there, that he could be in very dire trouble. Now, when he leaves and discovers his wallet is gone, he processes the information in his mind and says, in effect, to himself, it must be back there. So he goes back and he looks for it. I don't recall whether he had found it. And then he does whatever he does in terms of the condition of Krista Hoyt's body. And then he does something very clever. Excellent control. He comes back and he calls the police and says, hey, I lost my wallet. So now, in the event it's found, he's already got a police report on record. Excellent way of dealing with an item that could clearly, or perhaps reasonably clearly, identify him as having been in Krista Hoyt's apartment.
Doctor, have you ever been familiarized with a term known as possession syndrome?
This, yes, it's just coming into being now. We're not too sure that the concept even exists.
Okay. Is it, in fact, in this, I'm holding up now this DSM-3R, which is the current book, correct?
Yes.
Is it in this book?
No.
Is it scheduled, in your view or knowledge, to be future publication?
Not really scheduled to be to my knowledge. It's not actually scheduled to be one of the primary process of being finding that it will be included in the DSM-4 in the sense that this is an area the authors would like for the mental health professionals to think about. We're going to do some more research on this, but I want you people out there to kind of think about this and see if this is a reasonable diagnostic formulation. It's not one that you would use as a diagnosis. You could talk about it as a kind of general description.
I'll come back to that in just a minute, but I want to ask a couple other things. We've heard the terms histrionic, we've heard the terms narcissistic, we've heard the terms dependent.
Yes.
In previous testimony.
I've never heard of possession disorder. That's what they said, possession disorder or possession syndrome. I've never heard of that before. And he just said that they didn't know if it actually existed or not. So I kind of have a feeling they decided it didn't exist because I've never heard of it before or since. Do you guys, I only know about this case because I like horror movies. That one case, it's in the Conjuring series, but it's not the Conjuring movie. It's the Conjuring 3, where the guy, his girlfriend's little brother was supposedly possessed and they did an exorcism and the demon left the little boy and then went into him and then he killed his landlord or something. And they found him guilty, but he only got like 14 months. He didn't have to spend time in jail for long. I can't remember what they got him on, like involuntary manslaughter or something, like, because they said he was possessed by the devil when he did it. I think, as far as I know, that's the only case that we have of someone being possessed and getting a lighter sentence because they were possessed. But I don't remember what year that was either. But yeah, I don't think that's a thing. I really don't. I believe in demons, but I don't think a demon, I mean, people like Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, like, yeah, he killed because he was a Satanist, but I don't think a demon gets in your body and makes you do. You kill people because you want to kill people.
To have histrionic features, narcissistic features, and dependent features.
Yes. Most of those features Mr. Smith had just referred to can be found in the neurotic personality, we now just call disorders, but they're also found in the behavior disorders, in the personality disorders. You have the histrionic personality disorder. You have the obsessive compulsive personality disorder. These are not founded upon an internal conflict regarding something that occurred earlier in life. Histrionic type of personality, not based on a neurosis, would be a person who is very dramatic, can get along if he or she chooses in everyday life, but they're very dramatic. They're very expressive. They do so either with words or on stage or in their interpersonal relationships, but very dramatic, very creative, very imaginative. The narcissistic personality is an individual who not only has fallen in love with themselves, but thinks that they're very good and the world really ought to see it. Then you have the
prosecutors on TV.
A lot of lawyers. And then you have the obsessive compulsive personality disorder, different from the obsessive compulsive neurosis. The obsessive compulsive personality disorder is very often found among individuals who are very structured. They like things nice and neat and clean and appropriate and so on, without going to the extent that it interferes with their everyday life. But these are personality disorders and not neuroses. So we have that in this case.
Do any of those features and disorders,
do they prevent someone from appreciating the criminality of their conduct?
Oh, no, not at all. Nothing in the behavior disorders and the personality disorders would interfere with that.
Would it impair their ability to conform their conduct to the law?
No, that's their style. A lot of people, in fact, a good percentage of the general population has some features of this, which, of course, do not rise to the level where we would diagnose them as such.
And did you find these disorders present in Danny Rowland?
Yes, there's narcissism.
Berkowitz said he finally admitted, I don't know when, but at one point he did admit that he made that all up. I mean, I believe you can be influenced by evil, but I don't think it like gets in there and possesses you and like you don't know what you're doing. I think you know what you're doing. Like, I don't think it's beyond your control. I think people are evil. They're influenced by evil, and they're like, if you're a good person, you can resist the temptation to do bad things. But if you're a person that's not a good person, you can be influenced by evil to do evil things. It's a choice. You can't blame it on outside forces. It's just stupid. Now, I don't know about mental illness though. Because, like, I don't know if you guys watched my show about the Slender Man stabbing, but, you know, they really think that those girls really thought they had to kill someone to make sure Slender Man didn't kill their families. Like, to them, this was an absolutely real thing that they had to do or their families would die. And I guess if you have a belief that's that delusional, I mean, they're locked up. Well, no, one of them's out now, but one of them's locked up. Like, they went to a mental hospital. And so the one is still not released because the judge feels like she's still a danger to herself or others. But when you listen to that kid's interviews with the police, she sounds so cold and calculating. No, Berkowitz, as far as I know, he's still alive. He's still alive as far as I know. And supposedly he's a Christian now. I don't know if that's true or an act. Anytime you see an interview with him, he's got his Bible with him, which, you know, could be show, could be real. I don't know. But like I said, with mental illness, I guess you could have a delusion that's so real it could cause you to kill. But as far as something just making you do something against your will, no. No. I don't think that happens. I don't know, but that Slender Man story, it just fascinates. Urban legends and folklore fascinate me. I don't know why. I have no idea why, but it just does. And the fact that two 12-year-old girls lured their friend out into the woods to kill her so they could go be servants to Slender Man. It's so far-fetched, but at the same time, it fascinates me. And that scares me about myself a little bit too, because I mean, I know a lot of people are into true crime, so in that respect, it doesn't scare me, but the fact that I'm so intrigued by this stuff kind of scares me. Like, why do I like this stuff? This is horrible. But it still just sucks me in, especially the ones with like the folklore and the urban legends and stuff attached to it. And like, and another thing with Slender Man too is that some people see him as kidnapping children, but some people see him as helping children out of bad home lives and stuff. So, you know, like you said, he's only as real as you believe he is. And some people think he's bad. Some people think he's good. So it's he's what you make him, basically. And how can that be real if it's what you make him? It's like Santa Claus. It's like whatever you think he is, he is. And mental illness is weird, but I don't think Danny Rolling was mentally ill. I think he was.
There's dependency. There's the histrionic features. There's some obsessive compulsive features, a wide range of them.
Given us here today.
Yes.
Going back just for a minute to this possession syndrome. Have you had an opportunity, sir, at my request, actually, you may have done this before my request, have you had an opportunity to see a movie known as The Exorcist Part 3?
Yes. This past Saturday morning.
What prompted your doing that?
I read about your comment in the paper that you had brought out the similarities that you apparently found between this case and The Exorcist 3. At the same time, I spoke with Dr. Spray. He said he had reviewed it. Your office called my office, or we called your office for whatever reason, on Friday afternoon, and I asked one of my secretaries to check to see if you wanted me to look at it. And I think their answer was yes, I would have looked at it anyhow. And I went down and got the film and saw it on Saturday morning.
I don't want you to be a film critic here. I just want to ask you, did you find anything of that would be significant in terms of how it would relate to what Danny Rolling has said happened to him at various phases in his...
Uncanny parallels between many of the items in that movie, in that film, and what Danny Rawlings had said.
Did you at my request make just some examples?
Yes.
And let me, sir, forewarn you, because you haven't been here for these proceedings, if anything has to do with the way in which or some bodies have been dealt with, would you say similarly fashion without announcing what the fashion would be?
Yes, I understand. Yes. I think perhaps the major characteristic seen in that was, again, the condition of the body. At least the body of one of the victims. I think very importantly is the concept of Gemini, the concept of spirits. Now, and it comes out very clearly in this film. We understand that the concept of Gemini had not been heard of prior to Danny Rawling expressing it long after these events, or reasonably long after these particular events. None of the witnesses and none of the other documents and none of the other depositions ever mentioned anything about Gemini. This Gemini was ascribed, or the name Gemini was attached to apparently the bad part of Danny. This is not to say that Gemini commanded him to do anything or demanded that he behave in a particular way, but I don't like this particular part of myself, so I'm just going to call that Gemini. Sometimes kids do this all the time. Adults might do it. There's just a devil in me. Why in the world did I do something like that? It must have been the devil in me. It was a way of identifying a feature in his own personality, while at the same time knowing that this was not somebody different. This was himself. He was just assigning an external name to it. People like to attach names to things. We do this in propaganda constantly. We attach a bad name to something, and it kind of answers a lot of things for us, and it externalizes it so that we can deal with it more carefully.
Without going in great detail, any other similarities you found?
Yes.
And I don't expect you just to.
Yes. Oh, the interesting thing was in this film, the lieutenant, the police officer, identified, I think, either the victim or Gemini as having lost the tips of fingers. Phenomenal. Because Danny Rawlings has lost the tips of 2 fingers. Very interestingly also, and this was just perhaps an aside, one of the portraits on the wall in the film, I looked at very carefully, and the resemblance to Danny Rawlings was just amazing. Looked like a brother. But that's just my interpretation of that.
How about the reversal of words?
Oh, yes, the reversal of words was identified in the film. Recall, one of the reasons Danny became involved in, or shortly thereafter becoming involved in the Pentecostal church, there was some identification or some statement about his speaking in tongues. And another thing was the statements that he had made with regard to this wind blowing through the window, the spirit entering, came out very beautifully in the film. And you see the window, and you see the wind rushing in, and you see the birds, and you see the leaves flying, you see the curtains flowing. The spirit comes through. It's very scary when you look at it.
Do you recall what happens to the bird in the movie?
Not off the top of my head. I must have been making notes when that went through.
All right. Let me just ask you this. What, if any, impact... I want you to assume a hypothetical that Danny Rawlings, on or about the 23rd of August 1990, at a time, let's make it more simple, at a time proximate to the commission of these crimes, saw this movie in Gainesville, Florida, at the Litchfield Theater.
Yes.
Would that information have any impact upon your diagnosis as to his claim of a possession syndrome?
Oh, it would have in terms of possession syndrome. It would not in terms of the antisocial personality, because he's always been that in my estimation. But in terms of the possession syndrome, I would dismiss the possession syndrome, first of all. But given the nature of his personality, given the style of his personality, what this movie, in my estimation, did was give him a way of doing things and letting him use what he saw in the film. And a lot of this may be just pure conjecture, but we'll have to deal with that on its merits. It gave him a way of explaining a lot of things through words that sounded very mystical, very spiritual, very metaphysical, and so on. It gave him a way of doing something that already fit his personality.
Do you find anything from the materials that you reviewed, sir, that indicate that he was unable to control himself because of external forces at the time he was in these apartments?
Oh, not at all. And I would say that for this reason, again, you have the fact that as he approached one or the other apartments and he saw these people, he was able to back off. But I think more importantly was the tools that he had gotten to do something with. That is, there was some purpose. Even more interesting is those things that law enforcement could perhaps make use of in terms of going to various stores to see who may have purchased X, Y, and Z, the duct tape, the screwdriver, I think it was black shirt or a poncho, might have been. Those things he stole. No way they could have been traced, other than perhaps through some serial number that a particular store got in its stock.
Yeah, I'm surprised the defense didn't object to speculation.
But those things were stolen. That takes planning. That takes organization. That takes internal control. So that these things were already in process because they conformed or were consistent with the nature of his personality.
Dr. Our personality.
No, we don't. We don't really choose a personality. You don't inherit personality. Personality is often referred to as a consistent and persistent way of dealing with the outside world. We can pick and choose how we deal with those personality characteristics. For example, each one of us may have a different personality, and everybody's got a personality. How we deal with it requires that all of us conform to certain general similarities, such as the law, such as attending school, such as a lot of things that society demands. But we don't really choose our personality, but we can choose behavior within the framework of that personality.
I'll expand that a little further. Do we choose to have a personality disorder?
Well, we don't choose to have a personality disorder. We can choose the behavior, which then can later be identified as personality disorder.
If we have a personality disorder, doctor, in your opinion, do we still have the ability to make choices?
Oh, certainly. Yes.
Was there, doctor, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was anything from what you've reviewed? Was there anything that prevented Danny Rowling from understanding what he was doing on the nights of August 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 1990?
Nothing at all. He knew what the rules were.
Are there people who have antisocial disorders or borderline personality disorders that can choose and do choose to conform to the law?
Oh, most certainly. Perhaps we find it in a lot of what we call white-collar criminals. They engage in crimes, but perhaps they're just so borderline that society generally overlooks them. But people can conform, who have antisocial personalities, can conform to the requirements of the law.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Well, I realize I'm probably going to ask someone else later more about it. I just wanted to be sure on this. You did see within his history a pattern of voyeurism?
Yes.
Doctor, is voyeurism a condition that somehow is an urge that cannot be resisted?
No,
Have you guys seen the movie Copycat? It has nothing to do with this trial, but I didn't want to type all this in. It's Sigourney Weaver and Holly Hunter. I can't remember the name of the other cop. Holly Hunter plays a cop. I forget her partner's name. And Sigourney Weaver is a psychiatrist that specializes in serial killers, and she writes books and she goes on book tours. And the movie starts off with she goes on a book tour and she's got guards because she has been threatened before. So she has guards, but they're male. So she goes to the bathroom when she's doing this lecture. She goes to at a college or something. She goes to the bathroom and a serial killer is waiting for her in the bathroom and almost kills her. She survives. The serial killer goes to prison. And then she develops agoraphobia, which is like she's homebound. She can't even go outside of her house, her apartment, whatever. And it ends up that there's a serial killer and she's kind of like tracking him through the news. And she keeps calling the cops to try to tell them there's a serial killer. And they don't believe her because his MO keeps changing. Well, his MO keeps changing because he's copying serial killers. And that's why she recognizes it, because she's an expert on serial killers. So she can kind of predict what he's doing and who he's going to hit next and that kind of stuff. And it's really, really good. It's because the serial killer is fake, but she talks about the real serial killers throughout the movie. So it's a really good movie. It's called Copycat. So if you get a chance to see it, it's really informative. Like, the facts about the real serial killers in it are real. The whole story's fake, except for the part about the real serial killer. So it's really cool. I love it. It's one of my favorite movies. See, this right here, that makes me think that he really has, I don't know if he's really a Christian, but that makes me think that he really is remorseful for what he did and realizes that he needs to be punished for it. So that right there makes me feel like he's a different person than he was when he committed the murders. But yeah, he's mentioned in that movie. That's what reminded me of it. He's mentioned, I think Gacy's mentioned in it. Bundy's mentioned, of course. I think Dahmer's mentioned in it. It's a really, really good movie.
We have to dispel this idea about voyeurism, even as it applies to Danny Rawling. It had been identified in various places in the documents there as a compulsion. We have to really question whether this form of voyeurism was a real compulsion. Liked it. For example, if an individual would take his or her spouse down to the corner store for an ice cream cone once a week, 3-4 times a month, is that a compulsion, or is it because you like ice cream? In my opinion, we have to look very carefully at the prospect that he looked in windows because he liked looking in windows. He liked what he saw. Not at all uncommon with a lot of kids, 13, 14, 15 years of age. So we have to be very careful about referring to that as a compulsion. A compulsion is something over which an individual has great difficulty controlling. They're driven to it.
Constitute an extreme mental or emotional disturbance such that would have impacted his behavior in August of 1990?
Oh, no. Most voyeurs certainly don't go this far. Most voyeurs grow up and grow out of it, and they get a man or woman of their own.
How about would a history of voyeurism affect in August of 1990 his ability to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law?
No.
Morning, Dr. Merritt.
Morning, sir.
Dr. Merritt, let me go back to the first time you had contact with Danny Rawling. I'm going to need my glasses. And I believe that would be on June 24th, 1991, correct, sir?
Yes.
And on that day, you saw him for approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. Would that be correct? The next day, I believe you stated that one of your colleagues then performed an examination known as the MMPI. Would that be correct, sir?
The MMPI and another instrument. Peabody, yes.
Which is a vocabulary test to measure intelligence.
It's a receptive language comprehension test. Gives some idea as to whether he can understand words and then associate those words with a pictorial representation.
Those were the only two tests you did, I believe, sir.
That is correct. Well, the other, of course, would be my interview and my observations.
Okay. And I'm just getting ready to go into that. During the course of that, you had an opportunity to discuss with Mr. Rawling a little bit about his belief system. Would that not be correct?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't recall that. Understand that at the time I saw him, I was informed that I could not go too far beyond that which that which would involve the criteria for competency to stand trial. We had several assistant state attorneys there. We had one or two, I think, public defenders there, a court reporter. There were, I think, about 7 people in this little room.
Okay. Nonetheless, he discussed with you. I mean, he talked to you, did he not?
Yes.
Okay. I believe he talked to you a little bit about religious concepts too, did he not?
He may have. I'm looking now for a copy of my report, and I'm having trouble finding it. But if it's in my report, then I would certainly agree.
I'm going to be talking things right out of your report for the next couple of minutes, Doctor.
I'm sorry?
So I'm going to be giving you the contents of your report for the
Yes.
next couple of minutes. He said that he always believed in God and that God was pulling the strings. Remember him saying that?
Yeah, that's right.
He also said that God is wiser than he was and must have reasons to have allowed all these things to happen. Remember him saying that?
Yes.
And he told you about the battle in heaven between God and Lucifer, did he not?
Yes.
Said he belonged to the Pentecostal church and attends as often as the doors are open.
Yes.
That forces greater than he pushed him in different directions. He made that
Yes.
statement to you also. He said that God had not revealed himself to him physically, but he feels God, and it's like as on a real hot day, he feels miserable and feels cold water rushing over him. This is a sensation he gets, and that sensation is that he feels good.
Yes.
He also talked to you at that time once again about voices. And he said voices are like, quote, black smoke. Do you remember that statement?
Yes. Could you tell me which page you're on there?
Well, actually, where I have it from, sir, is I believe, I'm sorry. This is from your deposition, sir. Page
Okay.
8. The voices are like, quote, black smoke, changes the way it looks.
Yes.
Okay? And then he said it doesn't sound real, but he wouldn't believe it either.
Yes.
Saying that? He also said that he had been in the Ocala jail approximately 6 months prior to that. You recall that?
Correct.
And at that time, he described what you classified as quasi-hallucinations.
Yes.
He was not experiencing any of those at the time of your interview, correct?
Yes, but that doesn't, quasi doesn't mean that, but that's correct.
Okay. And he wasn't saying that he was seeing things during the course of
That is correct.
And at that time, I believe you determined that during the course of your interview, he was taking medication, was he not?
Correct.
I believe the medication was Thorazine,
Correct.
and he had been taking it for approximately 8 months.
That's correct, but somewhere in his records, there was some notation by some physician wondering why he was taking it. He hadn't had any follow-up with any physicians, and he didn't have any thought disorder. Thorazine is given for thought disorders. He didn't seem to have any.
Well, obviously, some doctor, a psychologist can't prescribe Thorazine, can they?
That's correct.
So it would have taken a medical person to write a prescription to authorize any facility or anybody to give him medication, correct?
Well, that's correct, except in jail, very often, the nurse or the attendant will tell the jail physician that inmate Rawling needs something to settle his nerves. Typically, in jail, at least in Hillsborough and Pinellas County, they'll give Thorazine. No matter what you got, you'll get Thorazine.
There is a certain medical and ethical standard, though, is there not, before you distribute medication to somebody?
We like to think so.
Okay. So you're not saying that the people at the Tampa Hillsborough Jail are unethical in their medical practice about distribution of medicines, are you?
They certainly try not to be.
He also told you that he apologized for his father. He said he did not have a good life growing up. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Statement? He told you he had completed 10th grade but was retained in the 3rd grade.
Yes.
And he also told you that his father was in some way instrumental in having him quit school. Would that be correct?
Yes.
He also told you about how he met his first wife, did he not?
Yes.
Okay, he said he was lonely and had asked God to send someone to him. And when he saw the girl to be his wife, he said he knew that's the person he would marry, correct?
Yes.
He also said that he had emotional problems following the breakup of that marriage, and that on one occasion he said he put his father's pistol to his mouth but could not go through with suicide.
That's what he said.
That would be what we would refer to as a suicide gesture, would it not, sir?
Well, if it happened, yes, it would be, but we
There's
can't
nothing
always be
indicate
certain
it
it
did
happened.
not happen.
I'm sorry?
We have no data to indicate it did not happen,
I have nothing to indicate that it did happen other than what he tells
other
me.
than him saying it, though.
That's correct.
You talked about the MMPI, sir, and that you gave an MMPI in this case.
Yes. We don't really choose a personality. You don't inherit personality.
And you were to take that and hand that to another psychologist, obviously not myself or Mr. Smith or any of the attorneys.
Whether it did or not.
Okay. He wasn't trying to appear particularly good or particularly bad then, was he? An objective procedure for assessing a person's perception of themselves, the world, and how that person, Tampa Hillsborough Jail, are unethical in their medical practice about distribution of medicines, are you?
They certainly try not to be.
He also told you that he apologized for his father. He said he did not have a good life growing up. Recall that?
Correct.
Statement? He told you he had completed 10th grade but was retained in the 3rd grade.
Yes.
And he also told you that his father was in some way instrumental in having him quit school. Would that be correct?
Did I fix
Yes.
it? Did I fix it?
He also told you
Did I fix it? Did I fix it? Oh, I was doing that, trying to get back to where we were because I had to reload the page. And this guy, I don't know anything about his case other than that after this happened, I think it was after it happened, we went to visit my brother who lives on Long Island, and he made me ride that train. And I didn't know anything about what had happened. And then he told me. And I'm like, I'm going to go home and tell everybody that my stupid brother made me ride this train where the guy shot somebody.
About how he met his first wife, did he not?
Yes.
Okay, he said he was lonely and had asked God to send someone to him. And when he saw the girl to be his wife, he said he knew that's the person he would marry, correct?
Yes.
He also said that he had emotional problems following the breakup of that marriage, and that on one occasion he said he put his father's pistol to his mouth but could not go through with suicide.
That's what he said.
That would be what we would refer to as a suicide, Joe, would it not, sir?
Well, if it happened, yes, it would be, but we
Is
can't
that
always be
indicate
certain
it
it
did
happened.
not happen?
I'm sorry?
We have no data to indicate it did not happen,
I have nothing to indicate that it did happen other than what he tells
other
me.
than him saying it, though.
That's correct.
You talked about the MMPI, sir, and that you gave an MMPI in this case.
Yes.
An MMPI is an objective procedure for assessing a person's perception of themselves, the world, and how that person interprets themselves in the world. Would that be a rough definition?
Yes, but we have to be very careful. The MMPI is just one instrument, and you would never use just one instrument as the basis for defining a totality of the personality. I gave that one plus another one, not to define the totality of the personality, but just to take a look to see what I got. I couldn't even use it because of the way he answered the statements. So that when we say it gives us some idea about the perception of the world and how this individual is responding, we cannot conclude from that really means that's the way he is.
Okay. In other words, a more accurate assessment of his, say, personal dynamics would come about by a more inclusive battery of tests.
Not necessarily.
It would be helpful, though, would it not?
It could be helpful, but if you start off balance and misidentify a particular individual to start with, then everything else leans in that direction thereafter. More succinctly and more positively would be identifying his actual behavior as the history would report it to be.
It would still be nice to have as many tests as possible, would it not?
Well, it's nice, but we have to be very careful about using psychological tests. They're very touchy things to use.
I understand that, sir. You scored the MMPI, although it was not administered by you, correct?
That is correct.
And I believe that there are what we call validity scales on the MMPI.
Yes.
And his validity scales were in a reasonable range, were they not, sir?
Yes and no. We have to identify something else. There are several validity scales, but we also have to take a look then at some additional scales which arose in the MMPI, giving us some additional information about this man. Consequently, the validity of this examination, despite the fact that the three traditional validity scales, despite that fact, I would have to question the totality of the examination as being invalid.
But the validity scales showed that this was a reasonable range of validity, correct?
Yes, with the understanding that doesn't make any difference or did or not.
Okay. He wasn't trying to appear particularly good or particularly bad then, was he?
Not particularly. Understand, this man doesn't care. At the conclusion of this examination, the manner in which he answered them, there was a very high score in what we refer to as the variable response inconsistency, which means that he was very inconsistent. That doesn't show up on the original 3 validity scales.
That's
which
the
now,
VIN, I believe it is?
I'm sorry?
VIN is what it's
VRIN,
referred to?
yes.
That is also something that is experimental, is it not?
Well, it's experimental, except that it's more than just experimental. We now use it as an important part of the MMPI, and it's now on the computer printouts.
Okay. But I believe it is still, or literature indicates that you should still exercise caution in using it.
You got to exercise caution in any psychological test.
Okay. Mr. Rowling was not malingering when he was taking the MMPI, correct?
No.
And you've exposed malingerers in the past, I presume, on the MMPI?
Yes. I like to think so, and if they got by me, then I wouldn't know they were malingering.
Okay. But you have exposed it when it
Yes.
felt that it was necessary to expose it?
Yes.
In looking at Mr. Rowling's graph on the MMPI, and you were to take that and hand that to another psychologist, obviously not myself or Mr. Smith or any of the attorneys in here, but to another psychologist, and they were to look at that chart, they would probably decide that that man had psychological problems.
Could.
Okay. And probably wide range psychological problems, correct?
Could.
And in fact, I believe you actually stated at one time in your testimony in Tampa that as to this particular test, he may be seen in one way on one occasion and then be seen perhaps at another interview at a reasonably long interval in another way.
Exactly. Yes. Not uncommon in a personality disorder.
Okay, in a personality disorder. We'll be talking about personality disorder in a second. There are a series of scales on the MMPI, are there not, sir?
Yes.
One of the scales on the MMPI is called scale 2, and this is known as the depression scale, correct?
Correct.
And he had a high elevation, correct, on your depression scale?
That's correct.
That would indicate that person would be withdrawn, overwhelmed with problems, guilt-ridden, preoccupied with death, suicide, slowed in thought and action?
It need not necessarily refer to that whatsoever.
Okay.
Aside from what the book says, if you take one scale out of a test of this nature, you disrupt the entirety of the test.
But the scales all have individual meanings, and then you take them as a group, do they?
Well, I may have said in my deposition, you have to take it as a group, but then you have to also take that group and relate it to actual behavior, to other examinations, to other perceptions, to other reports, to other behavior. You don't just pull one scale out of, I think there's probably 30 some scales that were scored on this, and just rely just on that. To pull that out is
But that's one of the factors that you look at, is it not? This is what this scale's purpose is to try and tell you something about this individual.
well, no, it's not the purpose. It gives us some idea what that person may be feeling right at that time, but it does not necessarily mean that that's really what he feels, because he may, without actually malingering, perceive himself as being more depressed than he actually is.
Okay. But at least it's an indication of his feelings or perception at that time.
Right at that time, maybe, but then we have to look at the totality, and when we take a look at the VRIN scale, then we have to question even that one. That's why you don't trust individual scales.
We've already talked about the fact that the Brin scale is still experimental.
Well, it's more than just experimental. The concept of radio waves was a one-time experimental, and we had to do a lot of guesswork, and we talked about the ether back then. So a lot of things are experimental, but yet we know, see, in psychology, things have to be shown and proven. Unlike some disciplines where you do a lot of guesswork. Freud, of course, did a lot of guesswork. A lot of it was conjecture in his mind. Very bright, but strictly conjecture. In psychology, you have to have experimental proof. And that's what we're still looking for. This is not to say that the absence of evidence of something is the same as evidence of absence that something isn't occurring.
He was depressed at the time, though, was he not?
Well, you wouldn't know it by looking at him.
But I believe that you stated that one of the differences between your examination and Dr. McMahon's as to the difference in the 2 scale was that you felt that he was less depressed with Dr. McMahon's exam than with yours, correct?
Well, I don't know. I hope I didn't say that. The scores would suggest that. Whether he actually was that way, I don't know.
But the scores would suggest that.
The scores would suggest that. But again, you have all of these qualifications on the scores. So if you're starting with an unstable concept, then everything that comes thereafter is itself unstable.
You stated the fact that you had an opportunity to review Dr. McMahon's MMPI, correct?
Yes,
So you had an opportunity to look at both of these MMPIs.
that is correct. Except that she, for whatever reason, didn't score it on the Varin scale. So I don't know what hers was.
Might be because she thinks it's still experimental.
I don't think so. The Varin scale and the Trin scale are 2 of those scales. They're very, very difficult to score by hand. They suggest a computer. She may not have used a computer.
On her MMPI, well, let me go. On your MMPI back in 91, scale 4 was elevated, correct?
Yes,
Scale 6 was elevated, correct?
correct.
Scale 8 was elevated, correct?
Yes.
On Dr. McMahon's MMPI 2 years later, we've already stated that the 2 scale, the depression scale, was down.
Very far down, yes.
The scale 4 was elevated.
Yes, a little higher than what he had purported it to be when I saw him in 91.
His scale 6 was elevated, correct?
Correct.
And his scale 8 was elevated, correct?
Yes, not as high as 4 or 6, but high.
Okay. So the elevations were 4, 6, and 8, correct?
Correct.
When you do an MMPI, you match this up on a chart, correct? There's a little graph, I'm sorry, graph is probably a more accurate term.
We call them profiles, yes.
Profiles, I'm sorry, profiles. So when I say a 4, 6, 8, that's a recognizable profile, is it not?
It's a recognizable profile, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I believe there's other recognizable profiles.
Yes.
4-9 is a recognizable profile.
Yes.
And 4-9 is a recognizable profile primarily for antisocial, is it not?
Well, you have 4-6s can also be antisocial. 4-6-8s can be antisocial. Generally, you're going to have a high 4, and which is typically found in people who admit to those characteristics associated with the antisocial or the psychopathic personality. So once you have that, then you start looking around as to how this may be expressed. The probability is, again, if we're talking about a valid representation, we're talking about a history of a lot of other things, and we're reviewing certain characteristics that known about this individual. Once you have a high 4, now you want to know, how is he going to express this impulsivity, this disdain for the rules, this resistance to demands made by society? How is he going to express the shallowness of his emotions, his insensitivity, lack of empathy, and inability to feel with his victim? How's he going to express it? Is he going to express it in a weird manner, strange manner, or is it going to be in a mainstream sort of manner? So you start looking at the other tests, but again, not at the expense of looking at his total history.
But the common profile for the antisocial is what is known as the 4-9, though, correct, doctor?
The 4-9.
Most common one.
Well, but that's a narrow perception of it. I'll give you that, but I'm not sure what it means.
But you'll at least give it to me.
I'll give that to you.
Okay. The 468, that's also common for borderline, is it not?
It can be in the absence of evidence of other things. See, the borderline personality, the characteristics associated with borderline personality, as I said earlier, are implicit in the antisocial personality. If I could give you an analogy between pneumonia being the antisocial personality and a cough being the borderline personality, to reject the fact that the guy's got pneumonia is too violent to your diagnosis. Subsumed under the heading of pneumonia would be a cough. So if you have a borderline personality, you're also going to see those characteristics in the antisocial
We're
personality.
going to be talking about
or many of them.
Okay, many of them. You also had a high F scale, did you not, sir?
Yes.
High F scale usually means that the person is distressed. Would that be correct?
Well, it can be, but again, then you have to look at the Vrin scale to find out what the meaning of that might be.
But it ordinarily means distressed.
Ordinarily, so long as we understand that you're taking it so completely out of context, it loses its meaning.
The score that you had on his MMPI could also be interpreted as a cry for help, I believe. Is that not true?
Well, that's a nice phrase. That's the very low K scale, when it's associated with a higher F scale, is sometimes found among two persons, two types of people, but a number of other characteristics, but among people who want to look bad, or people who really feel terrible and they're really looking for help. So yes, that would be one of them. But then you have to look at the other scales, the history, other documents, the life situation. You have to go through the whole thing.
Okay. But that is one of the possibilities that it could have been a cry for help, correct?
Yes, one of the possibilities.
S score.
I'm sorry.
The S score?
S, yes. SI.
What is this an indication of?
Social introversion, extroversion, that type of thing.
People with a high score on this are usually well-adjusted psychologically?
Not necessarily. There are a lot of people who are perfectly well-adjusted. They just happen to be introverts.
Low scores, though, usually indicate someone who has problems?
Not necessarily. Salespeople often have low scores on the SI. That is, they're not introverted. They're outgoing. They're gregarious. They like people. So they're not introverted. I'm sure there are some salesmen who are not stable.
They don't exaggerate their problems?
Again, you can't take that scale. They could, but then you have to look at the other scale to find out what the meaning of that scale is, and then the background of the individual.
But you would indicate that there's at least an indication from the MMPI that this could be a cry for help from Mr. Rowland.
Not necessarily a cry for help, no. He may have always felt lousy about himself. It's no cry for help. He just feels lousy about himself.
He feels bad about himself, that's
well, and I understand there's a difference between feeling lousy about himself, perhaps it's a poor choice of my words, and what you're suggesting, which suggests to me more sense of guilt. He's got a problem with guilt. He has what I would refer to personally as a kind of a Swiss cheese sort of conscience. That is, sometimes it holds and he drives children to church, but most of the time it just goes right through those holes. And then when the heat's off, he goes back to whoever and whatever he is typically.
In reviewing your examination with Dr. McMahon's, you found no indication he was malingering on Dr. McMahon's exam, did you?
That's correct.
So he responded as best he could with her test also.
Well, as best he could, but then you have to take a look at what that means. Because his 100% of activity level may be different from yours or mine or anybody else's.
So that could affect the results of the exam also, or the procedure.
Anything can affect the results.
You also, in the course of your examination using the MMPI and the Peabody, made a determination that you thought that he might have a learning disability.
Yes, but not in the sense that the MMPI points that out. The fact that he had some reading problems with it suggested that to me, and to some extent the Peabody, but not necessarily entirely. The fact that he did quit school in grade 10 is sometimes a cue. Some of his writing that I saw on the letters that he wrote suggested some problems in spelling. He may have had what we call spelling dyspraxia, sometimes a learning disability, but eventually he obtained a GED, and a learning disability in no way should be interpreted to suggest an absence of intelligence.
We would not say that, Doctor. It
Yes.
could affect him in grades in school, though, could it not?
Oh, sure.
Back in June of 91, you offered testimony concerning Mr. Rowling's competency. You've already stated that.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you stated that you thought that Mr. Rowling fit a personality disorder known as schizotypal.
That was among the features, yes.
Schizotypal is a personality disorder, correct?
Correct.
And this disorder would be characterized by distractions on the part of the individual?
Could be one, yes, it is one of the criteria, but again, you can't pull just one criteria out because,
You also noted in your report, though, that he was easily distracted.
yes, generally.
And that these distractions came as a result of some inner thought process,
Yes.
okay, which is also common to the schizotypal personality, correct?
It can be, but you have a lot of people who believe in seances and past lives and future lives, things like that, who are not schizotypal and who are also distracted, who have a number of these characteristics.
But the schizotypal personality allows for strange, unusual, bizarre type of activity.
Yes, yes. Without being psychotic, you have to make that differentiation. Yes,
You said it was a personality disorder.
that is correct.
And you also felt that to account for his religiosity, in the sense that God was moving him, or
Well, it could, but let me put that in proper perspective. Again, when I examined him in 1991, I was not permitted to get a history from him. I was not permitted to talk to him about his father. I was not permitted to know anything beyond primarily the criteria that his attorney would allow, which was just,
I'm going to object to that
Yeah,
response
sorry.
being unresponsive, Your Honor. I approach the bench.
Now, wait a minute. Your question to the doctor is why he reached that diagnosis. He's explaining why he could not or why he did in the absence of certain other matters. He could do that for sure. Now, there's nothing to be inferred, ladies and gentlemen, that there's anything wrong with the attorneys controlling the content, because what the doctor has testified to is he's an appointed expert of the court. And he is limited in what he can inquire into about his orders he receives from the court or his requests and defense of the state council. And there are rules that apply to that.
Thank you, Your Honor, at least for explaining. That's what my main concern was. Schizotypal people tend to believe in magical thinking, correct?
yes,
They also tend to have unusual perception experiences.
they can, kind of ESP, things of that nature.
They tend to attribute various physical stimuli and give them mystical properties.
Yes,
And at that time, you felt that he fit the schizotypal personality disorder. At that time.
at that time, I would hope to be able to clarify the fact that the breadth of the examination was extremely limited, and I didn't have any additional information.
You made mention of the fact that there was a hearing on Mr. Rowling's competency, and that you found him to be competent.
Yes,
I believe that there was another physician who examined him, Dr. Mayer,
Michael Mayer, yes.
and Mr. Mayer found, or Dr. Mayer found him to be incompetent, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Merritt, psychiatrist, I believe, sir?
Yes, he's,
May we proceed?
I believe Dr. Merritt found him incompetent, correct, sir?
that's correct.
He found him to be or suffering from a bipolar disorder.
That's what Mayor finds.
A bipolar disorder is an affective disorder.
It's an affective disorder. It simply means emotional disorder.
You stated, doctor, that you reviewed records from other mental health facilities.
Yes,
Okay, one of them was Bryce Hospital, I believe, sir?
yes.
Yes, sir?
Can we take a recess now? Seems to me this is a logical breaking point.
Okay.
Let's take a recess. The jury's been in the box an hour. Take a recess and start again.
Variety of materials that have been presented to you by the state, correct?
Yes.
One of them would have been on direct examination, you said that you had reviewed a variety of materials that have been presented to you by the state, correct?
Yes.
One of them would have been a report from Bryce Hospital. And you have reviewed that document, correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that there was materials in there known as a social background report, so a psychological evaluation, I believe.
Correct.
Under the social status report, apparently the hospital made attempts to contact various individuals who had had contact with Mr. Rowling in the past, correct?
I would expect so. I read
It's common
thousands of
procedure to do
pages,
that.
but yes, that would be typical.
Okay, and in the report, they apparently made contact with Mr. Crow, who was his attorney in Alabama,
Yes.
and Mr. Crow had informed them of several suicide attempts, I believe, is that not?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Crow also informed that there had been approximately 20 to 30 letters sent to him concerning Rowling's prior mental health condition.
Correct.
I believe also there was a report that they had made contact with Mrs. Rowling and that she gave kind of a family history or family dynamic about Mr. Rowling, correct?
Probably.
She informed at that time that her and her had frequently separated.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a report, and the date for Bryce was 1979, 1980, I believe.
I believe so.
Okay. And so she had informed the people at Bryce that there were frequent breakups in this family unit, correct?
Yes.
At that time. Okay. In fact, there's even an indication that this is the first time from the background materials that we've seen that Kevin Rowling, his brother, makes some sort of statement concerning the family dynamics.
Probably. I don't remember that specifically, but I would accept that.
His brother stated that living in the house was like living on the edge of a volcano.
That's correct. I recall that.
Mother also said that Danny had a history of violent mood swings.
Yes, but I wasn't certain how she meant that. Violent in the sense of destroying things, or that the mood swings were at their extremes.
What she said was from deep depression to high elation.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay?
I wouldn't attach the word violent to that, just labile.
That was her word, so.
That's correct.
There also was a report that the mother reported about during his divorce proceeding, he became very disturbed, almost to the point of incoherence, running around beating his fists on the desk at the attorney's office.
That was her description, yes.
She also talked about an incident that occurred with him where he was in an automobile accident and a woman had been killed in an accident, not his fault,
Correct.
and concerning his feelings about that particular situation.
Correct.
That he was depressed about that, prayed to God that her soul would go to heaven.
Yes, that'd be a situational type of depression.
Okay. Still depression though, correct?
Well, there are different types of depressions, and you treat them differently.
There's adequate grounds to be depressed about that though, isn't there?
Oh, yes, that's why we call it a situational depression.
And also, there was another indication of a suicide attempt. Apparently, Mr. Rowling had said that he had gone in one of his robbery episodes during this time period with the intent of hoping to be shot. The gun was empty.
Yes, but we have to be very careful about things of that nature. That's reading into somebody else's intent.
But that was what was reported in the Bryce report.
That's what was reported, yes.
He also said that prior to the robbery, that he had put his father's .38 special in his mouth, but couldn't pull the trigger.
That's what he said,
That would be another suicide gesture?
if it in fact occurred.
In the psychological testing that occurred at Bryce, they used a sentence completion test.
Yes.
You're familiar with this type of exam?
Well, there are many different ones. Some standard tests are called the Rotter, but you can make up any one you want.
Apparently, the results of this test indicated that troubled childhood. You call that?
Well, yes, but you certainly wouldn't need a test to determine that. The sentence completion test is a self-report sort of thing. You're given a step of a sentence and asked to complete it down to on the tail end of the sentence.
What you just said was you did a completion test to figure out he came from a troubled family.
No, that you can get, if indeed he came from a troubled family, you can find that out elsewhere. But you then have to take a look at how he describes himself and his family on the basis of what he says. Manipulate that all you want.
There's no signs or anything in this report that he manipulated the exam.
I don't think there's any reference to that.
I think you've already stated he came from somewhat of a disturbed type of family background.
Yes.
And if he had a perception that it was, that would be a pretty accurate perception.
I'm sorry.
If he had a perception that it was, that would be a pretty accurate perception.
Well, if it's just a matter of describing it as 1 or 0, disturbed or not disturbed, and he said it was disturbed, that would be reasonable. But the extent of the disturbance, of course, is a subjective type of thing.
It also stated that his depression was notable, accompanied by anger and agitation and restlessness.
Oh, yes.
And the diagnostic impressions they gave was a personality disorder, and then alcoholism and mild reactive neurotic depression. You call that?
Well, neurotic depression.
I'm asking you, doctor,
No.
do you recall seeing that first?
Oh, I believe so. I don't remember specifically, but I do recall that they used the phrase personality disorder.
But nothing was listed as which specific, and there's a variety of them, correct?
Yes, disorder, you simply generalize it and say, so that most mental health professionals know that that's a character disorder. Then it's long takes, find out later.
They also made note of one, see if I pronounce this correctly, hypnagogic episode.
Oh, hypnagogic?
I think we're talking about the same thing, though.
Hypnopompic and hypnagogic, yes.
And that is basically a hallucination or image that one sees while either falling asleep or while waking up.
Well, we can't really characterize that as a hallucination because it's such a common sort of thing. Hypnagogic means it's that twilight state just before you're going to sleep. Things go through your mind, the body relaxes, the brain relaxes, and funny things occur. It's on the order of a dream, and yet it's not a dream.
If Ometha seeing a spirit of the smoke, do you recall that incident?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. That was during a time when he was in bed with Ometha, correct?
That's what he said, yes.
So that would be consistent with this report in 7980, would it not?
Yes. Well, yes.
And it appears that while he's giving his history at this time to the people at Bryce, he's banging his fists against the wall.
Yes.
And they note that he can be very dramatic at times and that his judgment and insight are poor.
Yes.
You also, I believe, had Dr. Corwin is a psychiatrist from Ocala,
That is correct.
and I believe Dr. Corwin saw Mr. Rowling on 11/21/90. That would have been about 5 months before your,
That's correct. Well, a little more than that.
a little more than that. Dr. Corwin diagnosed him for the purposes of an evaluation similar to the one you made in Tampa, correct?
Yes,
And
that's what Dr. Corwin said.
what is schizophrenia, sir?
Schizophrenia is one of the psychoses. It's can take different forms, but schizophrenia has to do with fragmentation of the individual's contact with reality or loosened ties with reality, bizarre concepts such as little green men from Mars, doing types of thought processes where the individual jumps constantly and very quickly from one concept to the other in a rather chaotic sort of manner. If I can give you an example, you could be talking about the light bulbs here. Those yellow flowers stand up next to the lady in the green dress. That sort of thinking. Then you have what we call defects of sensation, which would be the hallucinations. You may even have what we call Syria flexibilities, where an individual, where a doctor might raise the person's hand, and it could stay there for 2-3 hours. Then you have the total withdrawal from reality. You have bizarre concepts. Those are the paranoid, the catatonic, the hypophrenic, the schizoaffective type of disorder, a number of different schizophrenic forms.
Okay. And Dr. Corwin found him to be schizophrenic. Correct, sir?
That's what he found.
He also found that he had been taking antipsychotic medication in his report, correct?
That's correct.
So someone had seen him before and also had made some sort of arrangements for this type of medicine to be administered to Mr. Rowling, correct?
Well, I'm not, they may have prescribed it, but I don't know if he was taking it because there's evidence in there that he was saving it up and not using it.
Yeah, I believe that there was some indication that he might have been saving it up for the purpose of trying to overdose on it.
That's what he said. Well, that's what he finally said, but it could be he just didn't want to take it.
Okay. But that medicine would be used to try and counteract mental illness, correct?
Yes, but if it worked and if he were really taking it, then it should have worked when Dr. Coleman saw him and wouldn't have found the thought disorder.
But you're saying he might be taking it at the time he saw Dr. Corwin, correct?
That's right. So it's a very argumentative type of thing.
Also, I believe you had an opportunity to review a deposition of Dr. Kropp.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Kropp went down to see Mr. and he at that time tried to administer an MMPI also, correct?
I think so, yes.
Unfortunately, Mr. Rowling's ability to concentrate,
Understandably, yes.
Dr. Kropp felt that his lapses of attention and his inability to concentrate and his high anxiety were simply that he would not be able to complete the task as assigned on the MMPI.
Exactly. Under the circumstances, we would refer to that as situational again. Given the circumstances that he was being held, very difficult for a person to try to concentrate.
Okay. And this is also you also had an opportunity to review an interview, and Mr. Rowling seems to have problems with his memory.
Kevin, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Yes, he expressed problems with his memory. I wondered about that. It could have been a combination of some true amnesia. It could also be a matter of I really don't want to know, and if I start to think about it, I don't want to know about it. It could also be his more or less accurate perceptions. Perhaps a lot of these things are spoken of, he just didn't see,
Okay.
and therefore would have no memory for it.
Okay. As to the part of him just not wanting to dip old memories and relive them, he did say that growing up in his household was not good to Dr. McMahon.
No fun.
Okay. It was not a good place to be. He could not wait to get turned there after he was in the service. Do you remember
Yes.
making those things? I believe Dr. McMahon asked him at one time what it was like to be a kid. He said, not something I want to do again, wasn't good.
That's correct.
Or when he finished high school.
Yes.
And we've already talked about the fact his characterization of the family was like living on the edge of a volcano at
Yes.
some 10 years, or actually longer than that, 14 years.
Yes.
Also in his interview, he said that he had heard of Gemini from Danny. Do you recall that?
Kevin, I may have read it and just didn't register.
Okay. He believed in spirits too. He's the person who also believes in spirits and demons.
Kevin?
Yes.
Yes, that was the nature of this family. It was a rather religious type of family.
Okay.
Religious.
He also told them that he believed in the spirits, that spirits were very influential in their lives.
Not uncommon in certain types of church processes and dogmas.
Okay. He also stated,
Processes and dogmas.
he also stated that he had visited Danny in Parchment, Mississippi. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And he described it was bad, and that Danny had told him he would have to stand on a chair because his cell would fill up with sewage. And that's when he was visiting him back in Mississippi in the prison in Parchment.
Yes. I understand. It's not what Kevin saw, it's what Danny told him.
That's when he visited.
That's correct.
You also had an opportunity to review a deposition by Miss Bunny, correct, or Lillian Mills.
Bunny Mills? Yes.
She apparently was a friend of Mr. Rolling's in the late 80s.
Yes.
She described where Mr. Rolling would talk to her about the relationship with the father and break down and cry and ask why he didn't understand me, why he didn't love me, things of this nature, correct?
Yes.
That would be signs of depression, would it not?
Yes. Again, that could be a situational depression, or it could be somewhat longer term type of depression. Yes.
But this one may not necessarily be the situational type of situation.
Well, sometimes you meet a particular individual, feelings come out, expressions are made, not because they're really existent, but are used to manipulate things that you're talking about.
But he was crying when he was talking about the mistreatment he perceived from his father, correct?
Yes, but there's a certain categorization there as well. Danny is a consummate actor, and a lot of this is a lot of role playing.
Bunny Mills said he would cry when he was talking about the relationship with his father.
I agree with this guy 100% right here, because now that I think about it, I didn't think about it before. But he never said anything to his wife about having a bad childhood or anything like that. But he cried to Bunny Lewis about his horrible childhood and everything. And the doctor here is saying, you know, you tell stories to certain people to manipulate them in certain ways. So, and this was his thing with Bunny Lewis was after his divorce, right? So he never told his wife, but he told this lady and cried. And they were like, I don't know if they're friends with benefits or if it was like a real relationship. But why didn't he tell his wife? I mean, that would be the person that I would think you would tell your deep, dark secrets. Yeah, it's true. Maybe he thought, I don't want to bring these bad memories into what is now a good part of my life. Could be. I don't know.
That's correct.
And he cried a number of times in front of her when dealing with this relationship.
Yes. She was a very good mother figure for him.
She also some sort of professional intervention in his life, correct?
Yes, in fact, I think she acted upon that and tried to get him into counseling.
And he went in, correct?
That was his response. It was my understanding that the father would have been willing to go. But to answer your question, yes.
Danny's perception was the father would make some sort of retribution against him if he.
That's what Danny believed, yes.
Strozier?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Strozier described a rather ineffective relationship between father and son.
Yes.
And you've also said that you've seen the tapes by the mother and by and reviewed other depositions of other.
No, I didn't see any tapes of the mother. I saw.
Would be in your case, it would have been a transcription of what was on the tape.
That's correct.
Exaggeration from the aunts?
From Danny?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I think he's.
No, I'm talking about Danny's aunts.
Oh, Aunt.
Agnes
Oh,
Mitchell.
a type of exaggeration. The probabilities are there was probably a kernel of truth in there, but it becomes elaborated upon and sometimes embellished.
Did you ever sit down and talk to any of these people?
No, not at all. Not at all. No,
Mace Rozier, Kevin Rowling?
no. I only had their sworn testimony.
But you didn't sit down face to face and talk to them about it?
No.
Personality disorder. My understanding is a personality disorder occurs when individuals' personality traits cause significant impairment in their personal functioning or causes significant distress, correct?
Correct.
So in order to have a personality disorder, the trait must have significant impairment and significant distress, correct?
That's correct. If I may give you an example, maybe clarify it, very close to a personality disorder. For example, they're not permitted to use the family passive aggressive type of behavior. He's not, but when it becomes significant, it becomes very disruptive and characteristic of that individual, then you get increasingly closer to a personality disorder, which may then require a diagnosis of passive aggressive.
Functioning, how they actually function has to be significantly
That's
impaired.
correct, yes.
Okay. Or they must be in significant distress as a result of this trait, correct?
No,
Well, it says either significant impairment in their personal functioning or cause significant distress.
it can certainly cause significant distress. A lot of parents who have kids who have personality disorders experience a lot of stress.
This would be then true for all of the personality disorders, borderline, schizotypal.
Yes. Although some of them are less volatile, less powerful. For example, the avoidant personality disorder, the individual who just avoids any contact, doesn't create too much of a stir among people.
Some of them are more severe than the others then, correct?
Well, it's a different type rather than more severe. Each one has their own level of severity, mild, moderate, or severe. So you can have where the person simply withdraws and they don't like to be home and watch television. That could be very severe. You could have a very mild antisocial personality disorder and be in real trouble.
Okay. There are quite a number of diagnoses that also encompass types of antisocial activity, do they not? Borderline personality antisocial activity, can it not?
Well, it can, but of a different quality. For example, if you take...
But doctor, it does encompass some sort of antisocial activity, correct?
Well, it can. I mean, shoplifting, pulling up somebody else's flowers, that could be that sort of thing. Quite different from the antisocial personality.
Antisocial personality disorder is often extremely incapacitating, is it not?
It can be, but not necessarily so. Certain types of antisocial personalities can be very, very incapacitating. Mafia members have antisocial personality and sometimes doesn't incapacitate them.
But I believe that in the DSM-3 notebook concerning antisocial personality, it says it is often extremely incapacitating, is it not?
You use the magic word often, but not necessarily so. And remember, the DSM-3R is not the Bible. It's a nice guideline.
A lot of people have worked on it to try and give an accurate assessment about it, though, do they not?
I would hope they try to get it accurate rather than inaccurate, but they do the best they can. But that's why they change about every 10 years. That's why we have a change coming.
Antisocial.
This guy is loving this. You can tell that he loves this subject. He is just eating these questions up. He loves it. I like listening to someone that loves the subject matter they're talking about. They're just so fun to listen to. He's not exactly dumbing it down for the jury, so I get lost sometimes, but he's just loving this. It's such a pleasure to listen to somebody that enjoys what they're talking about.
Is also an abusive background as a child, correct?
Can be, yes. But not necessarily does it have to be abusive.
It's one of the factors, though, that we look at, though, and it's a common denominator.
It can be, but sometimes you can get kids coming up in orphanages who have very little contact with somebody else. They never really end up in trouble.
And in fact, in the DSM-3, it states that the both genetic and environmental factors contribute to this, correct?
Well, yes, genetic, since that if you're 4 feet 3 inches tall, you may do things other than what somebody 6 feet 2 inches tall may do. So in that sense, the genetics may be involved.
Well, I think it's just more than just inheriting your size is what they're talking about with antisocial personality, is it not?
Well, there's some suggestion that some genetic factors, but that has not been clearly defined. And we don't see any direct relationship between the structure of the brain or the metabolism of the brain and going out and killing someone. On the other hand, there may be a predisposition to it, and given a particular environment, it may or may not come out.
There's still the debate as to whether or not this is genetically predisposed in an individual.
Oh, fortunately, there's always debate.
Okay.
Find that in any field. And this is why we have courts, because some people believe one way and other people believe another.
Also, in reviewing the DSM-3, I believe it says that fathers of antisocial personality disorders frequently have the disorder themselves.
Fathers?
Yes.
Yeah, frequently they do. Mm-hmm.
It also says in the DSM-3 under antisocial personality that there's a father disorder than among the general population.
Yes, but that's true, but it's not necessarily genetic. If you grow up in that type of environment, then you are exposed to the type of thinking that somebody else does.
So if there's truth to the genetic theory.
We can't accept that.
Okay. But, well, hypothetically, you said some people do, some people don't.
Strictly hypothetical, yes.
Hypothetically. Yep. And then that person is put into an environment that also fosters antisocial or personality. That would cause significant distress, would it not?
It can, but then if you have a sister or a brother who comes up with the same genetic background and in the same environment is not too much different in terms of age, then you have to wonder about that.
But then again, there'd be other intervening factors by the environment that could cause one to go one way and another to go another way. Isn't that true?
Any number of things, yes.
The antisocial personality disorder, the conscious formation of this individual is stunted, correct?
That's a nice word they use, stunted, only in the sense that the individuals don't see social interaction in the same way as law-abiding people do.
They operate on a very immature level, they're conscious.
It depends upon the area of immaturity. You have to define which area of immaturity. Is it intellectual immaturity, social immaturity, emotional immaturity? And if it's emotional immaturity, what element in that emotional life of that individual? Sometimes there are very advanced parts of the personality that very, very mature, and other areas are very immature.
But the whole basis of the antisocial is the fact that they're conscious some way, not functioning, correct?
I'm sorry, you're saying conscience?
Yes, conscious.
Oh, yes, yes, and that's very often a learned type of phenomenon. In fact, perhaps as far back as 100 years ago, we used to refer to them as moral imbeciles. We kind of changed that and changed it into the psychopath or the sociopath, and now the antisocial.
They were called at one time moral imbeciles.
Yes, because
Let me just one second. Trying to find one document. There we go. A listing of criteria for the borderline personality disorder.
there are suggestions, yes.
In going over these suggestions, these are the characteristics that one ordinarily sees within the borderline, correct?
Yes, I don't have any doubt that this is what you'll see in Danny Rawling, but they are subsumed into and implied in the antisocial.
Well, let me just go over them with you. Okay?
Sure.
It says, first of all, a pattern of alternating between extremes of over-idealization and devaluation.
Yes,
Mr. Rawling has that, doesn't he?
yes,
Okay. I believe that's pretty evident from his relationship with his father.
yes. Well, and with other people as well.
And with other people as well. Okay. Second one would be impulsiveness in at least two areas that are potentially self-damaging, i.e. spending, sex, substance use, shoplifting, reckless driving, binge eating. He has at least two of them.
Two magic words here. Potentially, number one, self-damaging, as in spending. Gee, what a horrible. Shoplifting is among the minor sorts of things, more of a misdemeanor. Certainly doesn't rise to the level of a murder, but it would be included under the borderline personality disorder.
And he has that characteristic.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so it's not like he doesn't have it, he does have it.
Absolutely. Also found in the antisocial.
Okay. 3, affective instability, marked shifts from baseline mood to depression, irritability, or anxiety, usually lasting a few hours and only rarely more than a few days. He has that also, correct?
Yeah, he has that also found in antisocial.
Okay. 4, inappropriate intense anger or lack of control of anger, frequent displays of temper, constant anger, recurrent physical fights.
That is true, but you notice it doesn't say anything like that.
But what we're saying is, at this point, we're just looking at the criteria. He
Yes.
fits that criteria,
Okay,
correct?
yes. But you have to really look beyond that.
Okay.
And I'm back.
I believe you don't find 7, chronic feelings of emptiness or boredom.
He may even have that. We just don't know about it.
Okay. Frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. I believe he does have that, correct?
He has that.
Okay, I believe that psychological abandonment by the father is perceived by him.
It could be interpreted as abandonment, but you're playing with words there. We have to really be careful.
Okay, but you would say he falls into that category also, or that characteristic pertains to him?
Yes, virtually all of them, sure.
Okay. So under the DSM-3, you would say at least the characteristics are present with him, correct?
These are chapter headings. Then you have to read the rest of the chapter, and you find that these are all modified.
He has an unusual history of mental illness in his family, does he not? High incident rate of...
On his father's side, yes.
Okay. I believe that was developed through the fact that the brother talked about it, the mother talked about it, and in fact, on various occasions at various meetings with mental health people, Danny has talked about it also.
Yes.
About various members of the family, grandfather, at least 2 uncles, et cetera, having
Yes.
serious mental health problems. Okay. As a professional in mental health, this would cause a red flag to you, would it not?
It can, yes. It certainly puts certain members of the family then at risk.
Okay. So people who come from such a background would be a little bit more at risk to develop certain problems in the mental health field?
They may be at risk. We don't know if they actually are, but that's one of the things you would look at, certainly.
On direct examination, you stated that there had been no mention of any reference to this Gemini persona, I think is what it's been described before. You had an opportunity, you said, to go over and look at the tape of the mother, or read the tape from the mother's transcription, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I believe at that time, in that proceeding back in 12491, she talked about the fact that at one time there was a situation that occurred at the home. She was talking to Danny. She noticed a certain change in him. She questioned him about it, and he said some mention to her about the fact about another person. And she became somewhat concerned, did not want to follow it up, and that this person had a name. Do you recall that?
No, but I'll accept it if you indicate it.
It was on her statement. You don't remember that part of the statement?
No, but as I say, if it's there, I'll accept what you tell me.
Because she also says that she had given that same type of statement to law enforcement before that time period. Do you recall that?
I recall something on that order, but I don't remember the specifics.
You've already stated that the family was not the most functional of family units that Danny came
Correct.
from. This can have an effect on a person, though. You conceded that not every child coming out of a dysfunctional family necessarily has a problem, but quite a number of them do they not?
Yes, yes. Or not necessarily a problem. Perhaps they are not as fulfilling in their life as they might otherwise be, but they need not necessarily have a problem.
Okay. But a person who would come out of a traumatic home is more likely to develop emotional problems?
Can, sure.
Can also affect their self-esteem, can it not?
Oh, yes,
How they function as adults,
yes.
and depending upon the severity of the abuse or trauma, and that can take the form of mental and emotional, can it not?
Can.
In fact, would I be correct in saying that mental and emotional traumas probably more damaging than physical trauma?
Then what, I'm
Long-term?
sorry?
Probably more damaging than physical trauma long-term?
It can be. There's a great deal of research now going on in that regard. Earlier, we generally focused on the physical abuse. Now we're starting to focus on psychological abuse. In general, we would certainly accept that psychological abuse plays an important role.
So there would be a bigger dynamic if someone was subject to not only physical abuse, but also, well, mental and emotional abuse, and then top lap or couple that with physical abuse. That would be another added characteristic.
Certainly, sure.
And then if you added physical and then emotional, psychological, and then you added also sexual abuse, would that not also heighten the degree of probability that there could be problems later on developed?
It can, but a lot depends upon how any tensions are then dissipated.
Okay. Individuals who come from these type of backgrounds less likely to have develop trusting relationships. They have problems with trust, do they not?
They have difficulty, but there are individuals who are able to rise above it, and these are the survivors. These are people who are capable of moving ahead in life and just setting aside their background.
Unfortunately, there are a lot of non-survivors, aren't there, Doctor?
Too many.
It's not uncommon for the child from the abusive background to develop denial mechanisms.
Not at all.
In fact, I believe you said that that may be one of the factors involved with Kevin Roy.
Yes.
They also sometimes develop as a mechanism fantasies, do they not?
That's one of the mental mechanisms designed to defend against anxiety, yes.
So the fantasies that they create may be about the people who are actually abusing them, correct?
Can be.
People who abuse may not themselves perceive the fact that they're being abused or being abusers, excuse me.
Correct.
I believe that oftentimes children in their play activities will quite frequently exhibit towards the objects of their play the type of conduct that's been exhibited towards them. Is that not true?
They can, yes. This is particularly with young children because their learning sphere, their environment is so narrow and so limited that they behave in the ways that they've been exposed.
Children of abuse often exhibit a pattern of having nightmares, do they not? That's not uncommon.
Well, sometimes we have to be very careful because it's pretty common for children from about 2.5, 3 years of age to about 7 to also have nightmares. The boogeyman is there, or clothing hanging on a door may give the appearance of something or other. So we have to be very careful of just what that might mean.
But if there's a history of persistent type of nightmares over and above the age of 7, that is also one of the features that people will look at for trauma.
Then we raise a flag, yes.
Also, in the materials that you reviewed, Doctor, you had some records from Chattahoochee, Florida, I believe.
Yes.
Chattahoochee is a facility in the state of Florida that deal with people who have mental health problems.
Correct.
And I believe that Mr. Rowling went into Chattahoochee as a result of a recommendation from 2 doctors, or from a doctor and a psychologist at Florida State Prison. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The doctors would have been Dr. Prado, would have been the psychiatrist, and a Mr. James T. Hogan, the psychologist. Correct?
Correct.
And in her petition to have Mr. Rowling sent to Chattahoochee, she said that Mr. Rowling was suffering from a mental illness and in need of inpatient care. You remember seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. And also, Mr. Hogan noted that Mr. Rowling had bad dreams, seemed to be preoccupied with religiosity, and was very ritualistic in prayer mannerisms, was one of his characteristics.
Yes.
And then at that point, Mr. Rowling went up to Chattahoochee, Florida, and I believe at that point he was seen by Lawrence Annis, Annis.
Correct.
I think the way it's spelled, is a psychologist, and
What a
James
horrible
Phillips, who I believe is a psychiatrist.
Yes.
They also noted that Mr. Rowling also has some problems with bad dreams.
Bad.
Bad dreams.
Yes.
They did a family history, which was pretty consistent with other family histories that have been discussed in the past, correct? About the family being, having extreme problems, about the breakup of the divorce, things of this particular nature.
Yes, the same person who gave the original histories gave these histories also.
Also, I believe at that time a diagnosis was given at Chattahoochee concerning Mr. Rowling. The diagnosis was depressive neurosis, antisocial personality, and borderline personality. Is that not correct?
Correct.
He also gave other indications of other suicide attempts to them also. I believe that at this point he talks about at one time he tried to drive a car into a tree and missed the tree and hit a ditch.
That's what he said, yes.
Also, from the nurse's notes, it seemed that he had variable mood swings during the course of the time that he was up there.
Not uncommon with depression, understanding that the man was in jail. There were very serious charges. No question he had every reason in the world to have a depressive neurosis.
But then he would swing back up with the mood swings. Laugh inappropriately, cry at times, go back to laughing.
Not at all uncommon. He was in a very tenuous type of situation, which is why he was sent there, not because he was schizophrenic, but because there was concern about suicide and his emotional lability, not a mental illness.
Doctor, on talking about voyeurism, you do not necessarily find it as a compulsive type of activity.
The voyeurism?
Yes.
No, what I said was we have to be very careful about referring to that as being a compulsion. Was he driven to it? Was was something inside of him driving him to do these things? Or did he simply enjoy looking?
Okay. Other people who have seen him may disagree with whether there was a compulsion or not, correct?
Yes.
Would you say that a person would be more inclined or have a compulsion if in going through their voyeuristic stages, they received beatings because of it and still continue to do it? That would be an indication that they were not.
Oh, no, not at all. You can't, that's not necessarily any equation there. You could still enjoy doing it. Your physician can tell you to avoid this ice cream, got too much cholesterol, and you still go back to the ice cream.
Okay, but if you know you do it and you're going to get a beating and you still go back, you're overlooking the physical effect of the beating, are you not?
It could be pure defiance. It could also be it's worth the beating to take a look inside this window. There are many, many different motives, and you can't jump to conclusions.
If it's worth a beating to go and look in the window, that's not a compulsion? If you're willing to sacrifice bodily harm in order to do it?
That's not a compulsion. You're not driven to do it. You're choosing to do it.
You're choosing to take the punishment.
People do it all the time.
It's just like eating junk food. Trust me, I know. Because there's even a meme. It's on my phone. It's not on. I don't have it on the computer. Like, I used to be like, I don't care. I'm just going to eat whatever I want because I want to be happy. What's the use of eating healthy, living longer, but being miserable because you don't get to eat anything you want? And that used to be my life philosophy. I want to be happy. If I die earlier, then fine. And then one day I was like, wait a minute. That's just stupid. Well, I can't find it. I'll show it to y'all later. But yeah, and I'm a diabetic. I have high blood pressure. And then one day, just like, wait a minute. These consequences are starting to pile up. Now I need to start eating like I should. So it wasn't a compulsion. I knew I shouldn't be eating what I was eating or the way I was eating. So I didn't peep in windows, but I understand the analogy. People do stuff they shouldn't do. Smoking's another one. Although that becomes an addiction. But still, is an addiction a compulsion? Maybe that's not a good analogy. Never mind.
I may just have 1 minute, John. Would you say that Mr. Rowling has not been able to function real well in society? I think that would be a safe statement.
Well, that was variable. Sometimes he was able to, and other times he simply wasn't able to.
And has had trouble functioning just in his own life, let alone with society. Would that be also correct?
Certainly, sure.
I have another question. Thank you.
I need to change my paper first.
Go ahead.
Just a few questions. You were asked about the experience at Chattahoochee. Chattahoochee being the state hospital that it was referred to, in which bad dreams were referenced.
Yes.
Can bad dreams be situational also?
Oh, absolutely. And everybody has a bad dream, and you can have a bad dream and a perfectly reasonable, stable personality.
And you've had experience in dealing with persons who have been charged with serious crimes?
Yes.
Is religiosity after you're charged with a crime unusual?
No, not at all. In fact, that's often what they fall back on. In the more than 400 murder cases that I've examined, that's not all uncommon.
Are you aware that when he returned from Chattahoochee, he had been found competent to proceed?
Yes.
You were asked about a finding by a Dr. Mayer in
Yes.
Tampa. Dr. Mayer in Tampa found him not to be competent to proceed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Who was he?
Dr. Gonzalez is a psychiatrist. I worked for Dr. Gonzalez and his firm many years ago as a senior psychologist, but he's one of the psychiatrists in Tampa, well-known, well-respected.
Did he find him?
No objection, Ryan. It's looking at the characterization.
It wasn't asked to be elicited. I just want to know if you know who he was.
The objection is sustained. The fact that this doctor has an opinion of another doctor doesn't mean anything to this jury. It's not relevant. He can just answer the question as to what his finding was, but his opinion on the competence of the character of the person is irrelevant.
Did Dr. Gonzalez make a finding of competence in that proceeding?
Yes, he did.
Are you aware of a doctor, and I'm going to probably butcher the name, Farzanigan?
Yes, Fred Farzanigan, yes.
And is he a psychologist?
He's a psychologist.
Did he make a finding of competence in that same proceeding?
Yes,
And did the court make a finding of competence in that proceeding?
yes.
As you were asked about Ocala, Dr. Corwin, are you aware of Dr. Harry Kropp?
Yes,
Did he find he meaning Danny Rowling, competent in the Ocala proceeding?
that is correct.
And Dr. Petter
That's correct.
and Dr. Honickman?
That is correct.
You were asked about your opinion on schizotypal.
Yes,
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on the entire information you gathered, Danny Rowling is a schizotypal personality?
no, that falls way into the background now.
Doctor, have you received information that any of the suicidal gestures were either fake or in fact did not occur?
The impression I got, there was some serious question about the extent of them and the meaning of them.
Doctor, is it important in your profession that the information you are given upon which you make your diagnosis be factually correct?
It'd be very nice if it's factually correct, but if it's not factually correct, that in itself is diagnostic.
Would it affect your diagnosis if you were given and relied upon information that was not factually correct?
Oh, certainly, yes.
You were asked about, and I know I'm going to blow this, hypogogic.
Hypnagogic, yes.
That is that
Hypnagogic.
hypnagogic, excuse me, that hypnagogic being the state of just waking or just sleeping.
Hypno means sleep, gogic means going to.
Did you find anyone, well, in particular, the wife who shared the bed, that supported either that there were significant nightmares or hypnagogic events during the marriage? Did Kevin Rowling indicate in his deposition that he ever had to stand in sewage or anything like that?
He said that that's what occurred.
He said that's what occurred, or that's what Danny said?
Oh, that's what Danny said, yes.
But did Kevin ever indicate that that in fact happened?
No,
Did Bunny Mills indicate in her deposition that Danny Rowling went to Louisiana, that she got him to go to the Louisiana health clinic for help? You recall that?
I think she did get him to go maybe once or twice, but I can't be absolutely certain about that.
Do you recall the results of his trip to the Louisiana, why he did not receive services from the Louisiana Department of Health and Hospitals?
I don't recall specifically. I remember something about it, but I don't recall specifically.
Yeah, approach the witness. Just want to ask if you've seen this document as part of the materials that you've received.
Yes.
Now that you've had an opportunity to refresh your memory, does he mention any problem with his father as the reason he will not proceed in that interview?
I think you said something about sarcastic and hostile or something.
And sarcastic and hostile as to whom?
I'm not really certain. I got all the points there because it's handwritten and difficult to read. Okay. May I keep this here to
Yes, go
make
ahead.
comments? Yes. Danny apparently had told them that he arrived there he said he was coming there to have somebody pick his brain. He didn't like that. He was only coming there to satisfy his mother and Ms. Mills.
This is not responsive to that question.
What's the question?
I think the question was, did he mention his father as a reason for not participating?
Oh, sorry, he did not.
The borderline and the antisocial, you were asked a series of questions about the borderline. You said he meets the borderline criteria,
Yes,
but that your diagnosis remains that he's antisocial.
yes.
Is that because of the dimension of his conduct?
Yeah, well, not just the dimension of his conduct, but the nature of the personality is what we really look at, because there are many people with an antisocial personality who do not commit murder. But when they do, then you have to look very carefully at that rather than entirely at the borderline personality. Because again, within the framework of the antisocial personality, you're going to find these borderline characteristics.
Even if we find, I want you to assume for a moment, even if you found that he was a borderline personality disorder or any of these character disorders that you have mentioned, antisocial, with any of the features you've talked about, was Danny Rowling at the time in question, that being August of 1990, able to conform his conduct to the law if he chose to do so?
In my opinion, he was.
Was he under an extreme emotional or mental distress?
In my opinion, he was not.
And did he understand each time that he did these acts, the criminality of his conduct?
In my opinion, he did.
I have nothing further.
Yes, sir, if I can move from here. Sure. Dr. Marin, there was a history of nightmares that was recounted by his mother, Chuck Strozier, and his brother, was it not?
Yes,
All through his lifetime.
correct.
You stated that in Tampa, there was a Dr. Gonzalez who testified that Mr. Rowling was competent. Dr. Gonzalez saw Mr. Rowling for approximately 45 minutes, did he not?
Yes,
And Dr. Frenzen saw him for approximately 35 minutes, correct?
correct.
They rendered no diagnosis, though, did they?
No, when they, if I might answer that in this way, when they were asked to examine him, it was strictly for purposes of determining his competency.
Well, competency is a legal term. It's not, it has no diagnosis of it.
That's correct.
And a person can be competent and still have serious problems, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Answer.
Thanks, sir.
Could we ask this witness please to release? We're going to take a recess for lunch until 2:15. My understanding is I think they had your lunch brought in today. That's what I asked them to do. You guys going to take care of that. Let's remind you not to
Prehe.
Dr. Spray, where do you maintain a business address?
I practice in Tampa, Florida.
And what is your profession, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist, a physician specializing in psychiatry.
And how long have you been a physician specializing in psychiatry?
In the state of Florida, a little over 28 years. I graduated from medical school in 1957, though.
Would you share with this jury your educational training and background, sir?
Yes. I received my BS and MD from the University of Oklahoma. I interned at Charity Hospital of Louisiana in New Orleans. I took a residency in psychiatry at Tulane University in New Orleans. And then I practiced for 2 years at a state hospital in Louisiana, and then in 1966, opened private practice in Tampa. I also am on the faculty. I'm a clinical professor of psychiatry at the University of South Florida.
Are you certified or board certified in any area?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology, and I'm also board certified in forensic psychiatry.
Do you hold a title as a diplomat with any boards of psychiatry or forensic psychiatry?
Yes, in both psychiatry.
Do you have teaching experience?
Yes.
And do you currently have appointments that permit you to practice at any hospitals within the state of Florida?
Yes, I'm on the staff of St. Joseph's Hospital, Tampa General Hospital, University, and Chief of Psychiatry, Tampa General, and St. Joseph's at various times in the past.
Sir, have you ever been published in the field of psychiatry or forensic psychiatry?
Yes, I have.
Have you won awards and honors for your efforts in the area of psychiatry or forensic? And what would that?
University of, let me just, can't remember my awards, so I'm gonna have to read them. University of South Florida. I received an award from the Florida Bar, an appreciation type award for my work in teaching exercises with the Florida Bar. I received from the Tampa Bay area public defenders. Can't find my own CV here. I don't know. Do you have my CV in front of you? Yeah. Yeah. Appreciation award from the criminal defense lawyers of Hillsborough County, plaque from the Florida Bar in 81. Outstanding Service Award, the Department of Psychiatry, Outstanding Clinical Faculty Award, Department of Psychiatry, and Recognition Award, Mental Health Association of Hillsborough County.
Are you licensed to practice in any state?
I'm licensed in
What states?
Oklahoma and Florida. I have been licensed in Missouri, but I've let that lapse since I haven't done much work in Missouri.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert to give testimony in the field of psychiatry or forensic psychiatry?
Yes, many times.
Would that be both in civil and criminal cases?
Yes.
Would that be within the state of Florida?
Yes, probably in criminal cases in the state of Florida, probably over 3,000 times in hearings and trials.
Have you been employed as an expert by the court?
Yes, I've been court appointed many times, probably most of the times in criminal cases.
Have you ever worked for the state of Florida as an expert for the prosecution?
Yes, I have.
And have appeared either public or defense counsel in criminal cases?
Yes, I have.
If you could, and I'm not going to hold you to strict math, what percentage of the time do you appear in criminal cases as an expert for the state as opposed to being an expert for the defense?
Well, you have to understand that since I'm mostly court appointed in criminal matters, I probably appear more for the state in that in an abundance of caution, the public defenders tend to request a lot of sanity hearings or competency hearings for their clients so that more of them are found competent than incompetent. Because of that, I do probably 60-40 more time testifying for the state.
Have you ever testified, sir, in what's known as a penalty phase proceeding?
Yes, I have.
In capital cases?
Yes.
Have you appeared there on behalf of the state of Florida as a witness for the prosecution?
Yes, I have.
Have you appeared as a witness for the defendant in a penalty phase proceeding?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. Spray as expert in the fields of psychiatry and forensic psychiatry, and ask that he be permitted to render opinions within.
No question.
Doctor, have you had an opportunity to, at the request of the state of Florida, review certain materials as they pertain to Danny Harold Rowling?
Yes, I have.
Would you share with this jury the materials that you have reviewed in preparation for your testimony today?
Okay, I have a long list of them, and rather than go into that list in detail, I just say that I reviewed a large group of crime scene photographs. I reviewed a videotape of the interview with Bobby Lewis and some police officers and Danny Rowling. I reviewed many hours of audio tapes of the examinations of Dr. Kropp and Dr. McMahon. I also reviewed a large number of depositions of various people who were potentially going to be witnesses in this case. And I reviewed a large number of medical records of the various times that Danny Rowling had been encountered in the public hospitals or had been examined in connection with various court matters.
Were you also, in addition to the depositions of persons who were anticipated to testify, have you been provided the transcriptions of any testimony actually tendered in these proceedings?
Yes, I have, especially the ones that come immediately to mind are the three doctors, Dr. Sadoff, Dr. McMahon, and Dr. Kropp. I saw their trial testimony in a transcript form.
As a result of reviewing the foregoing, Doctor, are you prepared to render some opinions as to your findings in relation to Danny Harold Rowling?
Yes.
Doctor, do you have an opinion within a medical degree of certainty as to whether or not Danny Harold Rowling suffers from a mental illness?
Yes, I have an opinion.
Sir, what is that opinion?
Well, my opinion is that he has a personality disorder, and that's usually thought as a real mental illness. It's a personality diagnosis. He does have, however, also a paraphilia, which is a voyeurism. However, that's a rather minor part of this case, in my opinion, in that that's a sexual perversion. It doesn't drive anybody or force anybody to do anything. It's a preference for sexual gratification, and it can be exercised as a preference or not exercised as anybody, as the person who has the perversion would want to, depending on whether or not they think it's safe, etc. And then it does appear that at least by history, he has a history of some multiple substance abuse, including alcohol, though that didn't really play much of a role in this case.
Within types of personality disorders, and this jury's heard lots of testimony about personality disorders. Do you have an opinion as to what type of personality disorder you think most accurately depicts Danny Harold Rowling?
Yes, I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion, sir?
In my opinion, he has an antisocial personality disorder. Making the diagnosis of personality disorders is an exercise in which you try to get the most cluster of personality traits that fit into a diagnosis. And even though they might have traits of other personality disorders, you try to end up with a diagnosis most clustering is, and that certainly is in the antisocial personality disorder.
Have you, sir, heard or read his diagnosis or any diagnosis of him as having a borderline personality disorder?
Yes, and I certainly agree that there are some traits of borderline personality disorder. I just think that his diagnosis is that of antisociality disorder.
Are you aware, sir, of a term known as possession syndrome?
Yes, I think, yes, I'm aware of that.
Your knowledge, both your basis as to your knowledge and what knowledge you have on the subject of possession syndrome in its current status within the psychiatric profession.
Well, it is not a diagnosis in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, which is the sort of official American Psychiatric Association book of diagnostic terms. It is being considered as a possible area for research to see if it should be a diagnosis in the future. And it's my understanding that there will be something called possession trance syndrome or disorder in the DSM-4, but it'll be in the appendix, meaning it will not be an official diagnosis even in the DSM-4, which is the coming book, which hasn't been voted on yet. Actually, I represent Florida in the Assembly of the American Psychiatric Association. We will be voting on this probably in the May meeting as to whether or not we accept it in the form that it's written right now. I'm also a member of a committee of the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, which is objecting to certain of the diagnoses, so we may not even see the final form in May.
Have you been able to determine whether or not Danny Harold Rowling appears to exhibit anything that you would find to put him within possession syndrome or the separate, I guess possession trance syndrome is somewhat separate from that? Let me rephrase my question.
Okay.
In the area of possession syndrome, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Danny Harold Rowling meets the criteria for possession syndrome?
No, it's my opinion that he does not.
And why would that be, sir?
He does not have the, number one, it's not a really official diagnosis, and number two, he doesn't meet the description, that the very brief allusion to it as one of the dissociative disorders that's in the DSM-3R.
And why is that? In particular, can you tell us which one he would be missing?
Well, it's let me just quickly find that. It's under 300.15, dissociative disorder not otherwise specified is the only place that's even mentioned, and it's called just trance state. There's no such thing as trance syndrome here, but it mentions altered states that you have to have altered states of consciousness with markedly diminished or selectively focused responsiveness to environmental stimuli. He did not have that. He was always very aware, very acutely aware and alert to environmental stimuli. He could stop himself in his acts when he thought it was unsafe to go forward. He did a lot of planning to carry out these acts so that there was no way he could have been in a trance to do things like assemble his equipment for his crimes, that sort of thing.
Have you had an opportunity at my request to view a movie called The Exorcist Part 3?
Yes, I have. I saw that Saturday.
Was actually, I don't know if I'd requested that or not. Was that pursuant to my request?
I believe you did ask me to go rent that movie.
All the psychologists got together in their motel room. They rented Exorcist 3. They had popcorn and Coke. They all got together and they watched it together.
Did you view the movie?
Yes, I did.
Did you find similarities of the kind that were described in this court last week, of which I think you said you had read?
I found some remarkable similarities, yes.
In terms of your assessment of Danny Harold Rolling as being suffering from possession syndrome or find any impact upon the fact that would you find it to be a part of your judgment that he gives similar versions of events as are actually depicted in that motion picture, a motion picture that he saw at a time proximate to commission of these crimes?
Yes, I think it's significant that these ideas were introduced to his mind or to his awareness around the time frame of the crimes, and it's more than just coincidental that he never mentioned all of these things to a lot of other people before the time of his crimes. He had been examined by various psychiatrists in connection with other things at various points in his life. This had never come up and talking with his family, etc. These things such as the lights going out one by one as you go down the street, as in the movie, the bird at the window, the dead bird, the reverse spelling that went on, the Gemini character for the name of the evil presence, evil spirit, and then certain ways in which the victim was left also were quite similar, all mentioned in the movie, arrangements of the victim.
Doctor, if a person has an antisocial personality disorder, is that person able to choose between and discern between wrong and right conduct?
Oh, sure.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not Danny Harold Rolling, on the nights in August 1990, about which we are now concerned, was able to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law?
Yes, I have an opinion.
So, to the requirements.
Okay, it's my opinion that he was at all times able to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. And my main reasoning for this is that he at no time showed any signs of an illness that would cause someone to be under any kind of driven compulsion. There was a considerable planning. There was a real scenario that was thought out. There was assembling of equipment. There was a stalking and casing of the victims. You might say by casing, I mean seeing if this was a good, safe time to go in after the victims. And then there was evidence throughout his admitted behavior with the victims that indicated that he was operating as a real cool sort of person who knew what was going on all the time. He could do such things as eat an apple and a banana while he's surveying the scene and thinking it all over, etc. So there was no evidence whatsoever of any kind of huge rage reaction or anything. He was cool, operating in an almost militaristic, military operation type of manner throughout all of this.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to whether or not during those nights in August 1990 about which we are concerned, Danny Rolling was under the influence of an extreme emotional or mental disturbance?
Yes, I have an opinion.
Doctor, would you give us your opinion as to whether he was under the influence of an extreme or emotional disturbance, and tell this jury that upon which you base that opinion?
Well, a personality disorder, especially an antisocial personality themselves. They may not, they always know what is right and what is wrong. They may not be willing to do what is right or refrain from what is wrong, but willingness doesn't have anything to do with the ability. And there's ample evidence by his own statements and by the physical evidence that he was operating very aware, very rationally aware of what was going down at the time.
Doctor, taking you now to scene 2 in particular, that being the scene of the death of Krista Hoyle. I don't want you to detail anything from the photographs in terms of what happened, but what I would like you to say is, do you have an opinion, excuse me, did his actions upon returning to search for his wallet impact your opinion in any manner?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury how that would impact your opinion?
Well, those are the actions of someone who knows that he has left a damaging piece of evidence behind, and that he's got to do something about it. And it takes an enormous amount of coolness to be able to go back and look for that, and then also later to call and ask if it was lost under the name that was of the identity that was in the wallet. This is a person who is doing a lot of covering up, or attempting to cover up, and that goes to the issue of whether or not he knew exactly that he was committing a crime.
Doctor, are you familiar with the terms histrionic, narcissistic, dependent, and obsessive compulsive as they relate to that which is contained in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual?
Yes, those are all labels for other types of personality disorders. And though he showed a few traits in each of those categories, he didn't show enough in each of those categories to make those categories his diagnosis. Frequently, in any personality disorder, you'll see some overflow of traits in other personality categories. But he has a real strong cluster of traits in the antisocial personality disorder.
Doctor, do we choose the personality that we have, or even the personality within that personality, and within that personality disorder, are we capable of making choices?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Is there anything, sir, do you have an opinion as to whether or not he had any conditions that prevented him on the nights of August 1990, about which we are concerned here, from making choices to stop, refrain, or not commit these acts? Did he have that ability?
Yes, he had that ability to make choices at all times.
Just 1 second, Judge. Go back just for a minute to a paraphilia that you had discussed, being voyeurism. Is persons who necessarily don't have the ability to refrain from their conduct?
No. Voyeurism is a type of perversion which involves preference for what turns you on. You're not driven to the point that you just have to do it if a police officer is standing there, for instance, or anything like that. It's simply a preference, so that when the opportunity arises and it's safe, and you're in a need state, then you would go ahead with exercising your preference. That's all.
Was there, sir, in this case, do you have an opinion as to whether or not a history of voyeurism by Danny Hero Rolling impacted the crimes about which we are concerned on August 1990 to the degree that it is a significant part of your diagnosis?
I don't think that his voyeurism impacted the crimes really at all. Now, the fact that he was doing some gazing in windows as part of the total crime scenario while casing his victims is not really the same as engaging in his voyeurism for sexual gratification. And so I don't think that that really is a part of the crime scenario.
On your review of these materials, do you find that Danny Harold Rolling came from a family that you would typify as dysfunctional?
Yes, I think the family was dysfunctional as best I can piece together, though there's some difference of opinion among various witnesses, but I would, in my mind, it does sound dysfunctional.
Are persons from a dysfunctional family, do persons from a dysfunctional family have the ability to conform to the requirements of law?
Yes, many of us are from dysfunctional families and turn out just fine in life and never break a law in any major way.
Are persons who have a personality disorder, either an antisocial behavior disorder or a personality disorder of the type called borderline personality disorder, are they able to conform their conduct to the law?
Yes.
If they do not conform their conduct to the basis of the law, are they able to understand that their conduct is criminal?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that Danny Rolling understood the criminality of his conduct in August 1990 and had the ability to conform his conduct to the law if he wanted to?
Yes.
Good morning, doctor.
Afternoon.
I'm sorry. You're right. We tend to lose track of time here in this building. Doctor, you do say that Mr. Rolling has traits or characteristics of the borderline personality disorder.
He has some traits, yes.
And when we talk about a personality disorder occurs when an individual's personality traits cause significant impairment in their personal functioning or cause significant distress. Is that not correct?
Yes, but it doesn't have to be subjective distress. It's just some sort of distress in society, for instance, which is commonly found in antisocial personalities, that other people are upset with them, though they may not be upset with themselves.
But significant impairment in their personal function.
That's right.
So it must be a significant impairment in their personal functioning, correct?
Yes, but significant impairment could just be causing you to lose your job, causing you to have trouble in your marriage, all kinds of things.
Function in society in general. Correct?
That's right.
And I believe you also say that usually these personality disorders come with a group of other personality disorder traits with them, and they're not isolated, are they?
That's right. It's hard to find just a clean case in which you have nothing but traits in just that one category and nothing else. All personality disorders kind of have some overflow into others.
And I believe the antisocial personality disorder is oftentimes extremely incapacitating to the individual, is it not? Oftentimes it can be incapacitating.
Well, now, it depends on what you mean by incapacitating. Antisocial personality disorders seldom, if ever, go on their own to a doctor to get it fixed. But they are considered by society to be incapacitated in that they're frequently career criminals, things like that. And so that society wants to do something about them frequently.
But it is an incapacitating type of situation, correct?
Well, if you mean by incapacitating, unable to conform their requirements, their behavior to the requirements of the law, no.
No, I didn't say that now.
Okay.
But it is incapacitating towards them.
Well, it can mess up their life.
Okay.
Okay.
Antisocial personality disorder. Their conscious formation is stunted, correct?
I don't quite know what you mean by stunted, but conscience formation is one of the things that psychiatrists talk about when they talk about an impairment within that personality disorder. Yes.
So you would say that the antisocial disorder, they do have a stunting of their conscious.
Well, they have a unwillingness to embrace societal values. So to that extent, if that's what you mean by stunting,
They operate on a very immature level with their conscious, correct?
all personality disorders operate at some level on an immature level.
And that their decisions reflect this immaturity, correct?
Well, they may reflect some immaturity of attitude, but they don't reflect any inability to make the decision.
But the decisions they make are immature decisions.
Oh, frequently.
In the review of materials that you covered, you were aware of the fact that Mr. Rowling was at Bryce Mental Hospital in Alabama, sir?
Yes.
And that the diagnosis at Bryce was that he had a personality disorder. It was not specified.
Yes.
That was
I
just-
saw that. Yes.
So an unspecified personality disorder. Then alcoholism and a mild reactive neurotic depression was the other diagnosis. Is that correct?
That's right.
I believe you also had an opportunity to review a report prepared by Dr. Corwin in Ocala.
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Corwin saw Mr. Rowling on 11/21/90. Is that not correct, sir?
Yes.
And he did an evaluation of Mr. Rowling at that time, and his diagnosis was schizophrenic. Is that not correct?
Yes, that was his diagnosis.
And I believe also that Mr. Rowling was also seen by Dr. Mayer in Tampa in 1991, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, Dr. Mayer found Mr. Rowling to have a bipolar disorder, which is an affect disorder. Is that not correct? That was his diagnosis.
Yes, that was his diagnosis.
I also believe that you're aware of the fact that Mr. Rowling was at Chattahoochee, a hospital here in the state of Florida.
Yes.
And at that time, he was sent there based upon a petition from Dr. Prado, who I believe is a psychiatrist, and a Mr. James Hogan, who is a psychologist, correct?
Yes.
And then once he arrived at Chattahoochee, I believe he was then seen by a Lawrence Annis, A-N-N-I-S, psychologist, and a James Phillip, who's a psychiatrist, and Mr. Annis, who is a psychologist, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And their diagnosis at that time was that he had mixed personality disorder, antisocial and borderline, and also, I believe, there was an additional diagnosis of depressive neurosis, correct?
Correct.
Can I have 1 second, Henry?
I thought antisocial was the one that couldn't be diagnosed in adolescence. Isn't there one? Or is that? Or is that psychosis? Psychotic. You can't diagnose someone as psychotic. I don't know. I'll have to look that up. I don't remember. There is one thing. There's one mental thing that can't be diagnosed. Dang it, and I just did it in the Slender Man thing. Because it can be confused with autism or something else. Darn it, I can't remember. It's what fibromyalgia does to your brain. It screws your memory up.
Just a couple of follow-up. You reviewed the Bryce Hospital materials.
Yes.
In the Bryce Hospital materials, well, let me just ask you a broader question that, is it important in your profession that the underlying information that you're given from a patient be reliable?
Sure. Yes, it's important.
If information has been given to a psychiatrist or a psychologist that is factually in error, could that impact the diagnosis and invalidate that diagnosis?
Yes.
You were asked about Dr. Corwin and his finding of schizophrenia. Did you review the findings of Dr. Petter, Dr. Honigman, and Dr. Kropp as to that same issue of competence in Ocala?
Yes, they didn't agree with Dr. Corwin.
You were asked about Dr. Mayer. Do you know who Dr. Mayer was representing at the time he gave his opinion in Tampa? Who he was employed by?
I believe it was the public defender's office.
Are you aware that Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Farzinigan, and Dr. Marin also gave opinions as to competence down there?
Yes, they disagree with Dr. Mayer.
You were asked about a mixed personality disorder finding. Have you found anything to suggest that Danny Rolling has a mixed personality disorder?
Well, that's kind of a, you might say, lazy man's diagnosis, in that if someone does show some traits of other personality disorders, sometimes the doctor, without having to think it through, will just call it a mixed personality disorder without really getting out the book and seeing which cluster best fits this person. Although the DSM-3 does entreat the psychiatrist to please try to fit someone into a personality diagnosis and not just use that.
So findings of depression in Chattahoochee. You are aware that at the time that he was in Chattahoochee, he stood accused of these crimes?
Yes.
And he stood accused of these crimes, and the state had announced its intention to seek a severe penalty.
Yes.
Would that affect any finding you would have as to his depression states?
Well, the neurotic depression was a reactive depression to the state in which he found himself. He's locked up. He's got major charges against him. He's in a lot of trouble. Almost anybody would be at least neurotically depressed. That's considered mild depression. That's not a major depression or anything like that.
And was he there as a result of any suicide attempt?
No.
Were you aware that, or was there a supposed suicide attempt?
A plan. I don't think the attempt was actually carried out.
Going back to Bryce Hospital, among the Bryce Hospital records, did you find any statements from?
No, that was schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is hard to diagnose in children because it could be autism or ADHD. I could have sworn, though, there was another one that can't be diagnosed in kids because your brain is not fully developed yet. I don't know.
That you were mentioning the Bryce Hospital records. Did you notice in there any statements that gave rise to your concern
Yeah,
as to
it
how
is.
effective
It is
the mother's
extremely rare in
version of the
kids.
story?
But there is one kind of schizophrenia that is early onset, and it is schizophrenia that comes on before you're 13 years old. And it is very rare. in the Slender Man stabbings, Morgan Geyser had started having hallucinations and auditory and visual hallucinations at the age of 3. Now, if your 3-year-old is seeing things, you're probably not, you're going to discount that, as imagination, because that's about the age they start, having imaginary friends and that kind of stuff. But her dad was schizophrenic too. So, I mean, I guess they didn't think anything about it. But then when she was older and she kept having them, I would have said, listen, doc, my kid is seeing stuff. But they didn't. And then when she was 12, she thought Slender Man was real and she needed to kill somebody for him. But that's why she wasn't diagnosed sooner, was because they said it's hard to diagnose in kids because it could mimic, or not mimic, but it could be ADHD or autism. So they don't diagnose it. But there is early onset schizophrenia where it's before the age of 13. Because it usually comes out like it manifests at like late teens, early 20s.
Where he may have been back in 1980.
In the Bryce Hospital records?
Yes.
Well, there was the letter from James Rowling, which the one that I read, which probably the jury has had read to them, which showed a loving, concerned father who really cared a lot about his son, and who even detailed some things he had done to try to rectify things with his son. And that certainly did not comport with the mother's description of the father as such an ogre.
Did she ever make any statements in those reports, sir, about her willingness to tell the truth or not tell the truth?
I believe that, I can't remember if that was in her talk with Dr. Kropp or if that was in the Bryce Hospital records, but she did make the statement that she would tell any lie to get her son out of trouble.
Have nothing further.
You're saying that in the Bryce records, Mrs. Rowling said that she would tell a lie to get her son out of trouble?
I said I couldn't remember whether it was in the Bryce records or in her conversation that she had with Dr. Kropp. But Dr. Kropp quoted her at some point as having said that.
So your recollection is that Dr. Kropp actually sat down and talked to Mrs. Rowling?
Or gained that from something that she said. I can look for it if the court wants to take the time, but that is my impression.
I would like you to show me where she said, I will lie for him to protect him, please, sir.
Can I reference the record because it may be a lot easier if you want to go through this several hundred pages.
I think I have a note about it, and then the note will direct me to which deposition to look at. If you'll just let me look through my notes here for a second.
He said that he would lie. I don't remember if she said it in her testimony or somebody else said it. But she would lie to keep Danny from getting beat. Like if he did something, she either wouldn't tell her husband or she would lie about it so that Danny wouldn't get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So she did say she'd lie.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to go to...
Doctor, it's in the Bryce reports. I think what you're referring to. I'll give you the statement.
Okay.
The mother admitted she lied to protect the children if they did something wrong.
Oh, okay, I was in Kevin's.
That's what she was referring to about the father, correct? That she would lie to the father to protect the children if they did something wrong. It's in the Bryce records. I think that's what you're referring to.
Well, I think then Dr. Kropp must have either paraphrase that when he either gave his, when he had his examination or something, but I think the term any lie was in there.
Okay. But what she's saying is that she would lie to the husband to protect the children, correct? Is what
Sure.
she's saying in the Bryce report.
That's right.
She doesn't say what she
In
has.
the Bryce report, that's right.
Okay, but she doesn't say what she has to feel that she has to protect them from, does she? Does she?
No.
Thank you.
Step down.
Thank you. Call one witness in the Surrey rebuttal for 4 questions. Dr. McMahon, is there any indication that one personality disorder is greater than another personality disorder? Is there any indication that one personality disorder subsumes another personality disorder?
No.
Are there people in each personality disorder who are mild?
Yes.
And if 2 or more criteria are met under personality disorder, what should be done?
Is your question if the criteria are met for 2 or more personality disorders? According to the DSM-3, both or all that meet that criteria are to be listed.
Thank you. I'm going to put it question.
Any questions? Say there's no questions. You may step down.
With that, so many thanks for the rest also.
Do you have any other witnesses you wish to talk about? No, Gentlemen, both sides have rested. Because the evidentiary part of the case is closed. We said what we're going to do. As I told you last week that it was my intention to take off tomorrow. We're going to do that. Let's close the proceedings. I will tell you why. I'm not going to tell you why today, but we will be in recess tomorrow as far as you're concerned. What that means is that I will expect you back here at 9:30 on Wednesday morning. I told you also that I was going to sequester you for that evening if that was necessary. I intend to do that. When you come out, I would ask you to be prepared with at least clothing for a change of clothing for one night. Whether you need it or not is entirely your business. We will get the case to you. My expectation is you'll get the case in late afternoon. Both sides have an opportunity to make a final argument to you. We're going to instruct you on matters of law. Lunch and recess will be more abbreviated because I intend to have your lunch brought in as we did today. And then as soon as the arguments of law have been given to you, what will happen is that the 12 individual jurors will retire to begin deliberations if they are up to that task. And 4 alternates will be maintained. So I want the alternates to be here prepared to be sequestered as well. The reason for that is that there have been some very rare circumstances where a juror has become ill during the deliberations, and I have to have the opportunity to substitute a juror if I need to. So the alternates I consider to be an integral part of this jury and will be maintained as the jury is maintained until these proceedings are over for the jury. I cannot emphasize to you enough the need not to discuss, to watch, to see, or listen to media accounts or talk with you about it. I'm going to ask that you not go to work tomorrow. That may have kind of got upset to me. Some of the rest of you, that's something that does. I have a reason. Again, I know that people who work with you are probably very interested in your experiences. I don't begrudge them that at all. I will be upset if they try to talk to you about those experiences because they're not finished yet. At a later time, I'm going to instruct you on your rights of privacy as a juror and the rules that apply to you when you have been discharged from your duties. Right now, you're still under that. And I think the wisest thing we can do is to stay out of harm's way by avoiding unnecessary contact with those who might otherwise be curious. So if it's not too much to ask of you tomorrow, get your shopping done or whatever it is that you intend to do and take care of your kids or whatever, or your significant other, whatever it is you intend to do, and come back when she's ready. Concentrate. These are your duties, you understand. So with that, I'm going to excuse you, and I believe that they will excuse me to talk, Mr. Hazen. No, sir. All right. Is there anything that you need to get? If not, I'll just release you. You can step back.
I'm just looking to see if we had a verdict in the Robert Tillis case yet. No verdict. They're asking you a question. So tomorrow we'll do closing arguments. I'm going to try to do a video. I keep trying. I've never done a video where I read a motion before, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it where y'all can read along with me, but I'm having trouble getting it where I can get the document legible, where the font's big enough for y'all to see it. So yeah, I know. I think my connection's just not strong enough because I'm on Wi-Fi. Yeah, the defense got a rebuttal witness. She didn't really say much. It was like one question and she was down. So, okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and we're almost done. We'll have closing arguments, and then the next day we will have verdict and sentencing. So, thank you again for watching with me, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.